Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the San Francisco Board of Supervisors meeting of March 22nd, 2016. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam President. Supervisor Avalos. Supervisor Avalos. Avalos present. President Breed.
Here.
Breed present. Supervisor Campos.
Present.
Campos present. Supervisor Cohen.
Present.
Cohen present. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell not present. Supervisor Kim. Kim present. Supervisor Marr.
Here.
Marr present. Supervisor Peskin.
Present.
Peskin present. Supervisor Tang.
Present.
Tang present. Supervisor Wiener. Wiener present. Supervisor Yee. Yee present. Madam President, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any communications?
Yes, Madam President, from Supervisor Farrell, dated March 8th, requesting that he be excused from today's meeting.
Colleagues, is there a motion to excuse Supervisor Farrell? Motioned by Supervisor Avalos, seconded by Supervisor Cohen. Colleagues, can we take this without objection? Without objection, Supervisor Farrell is excused. All right, Madam Clerk, please call the first item.
Item number 1 is the consideration of the mayor's veto pursuant to Charter Section 2.106 of an ordinance amending the planning code to increase the transportation sustainability fee for non-residential projects. This ordinance was approved by the board on March 1st and vetoed on March 11th, 2016. The question before the board is, shall the mayor's veto be overridden and the ordinance finally passed? A yes vote overrides the mayor's veto and the ordinance is finally passed. A no vote will sustain the mayor's veto and the ordinance will not be passed. This action requires 2/3 vote, which is 8 affirmative votes of the 11 members of the board, despite the absence of 1 member.
Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I'll start off with a quote from Franklin Delano Roosevelt, one of our greatest presidents. The test of our progress is not whether we add more to the abundance of those who have much, it is whether we provide enough for those who have little. Before us today is a choice to support those who have much, big developers, or those who have little, the working people of San Francisco. As we come to the conclusion of the effort on the transportation sustainability fee, I want to thank all the many people who worked to create this measure that's before us today, the Planning Department and the Planning Commission, the SFMTA, the Transit Riders Union, and Transit Equity Coalition. I'd also like to thank my legislative aide, Jeremy Pollack, for his tireless work on this version of the TSF. This veto underscores the economic bias of Mayor Ed Lee, a bias that favors the wealthy at the expense of working people. Mayor Lee has touted his reputation to bring people together. However, this veto calls into question the mayor's consensus approach. I'd rather call it the concessions approach. Get a bunch of people in a room, stack it with the rich and powerful, and force the less powerful people to make concessions. In the end, the working people get less and end up paying more out of their own personal pocketbooks for basic city services. The concessions approach brought us a lower inclusionary level in the Housing Trust Fund, a lower level that we're now trying to fix, and it gave us a tepid gross receipts tax that left millions on the table for tech companies to pick up. And now, the TSF. When Muni has an enormous backlog of deferred maintenance, a $10 billion backlog as identified by the T2030 process, it makes no sense that the city concedes and leaves money on the table for big developers to pick up. The TSF that passed in December was not a consensus measure. It was a measure that in December, 7 members of this body voted as inadequate and to make stronger. The 7 voted to bank the revenue from the inadequate TSF and send the stronger measure to committee for approval in accordance with our board rules. The media especially the Chronicle, has completely blacked out the content of this stronger measure and has reported the veto as some sort of political game instead of an effort to give developers a break or to increase revenue for the shortfall in our transportation system. One of our members called the inadequate TSF fair. I ask again, fair to whom? Not to the riders of Muni who will face inadequate funding, not to the workers of Muni who will have to contend with less, and certainly not to the taxpayers who will have to foot the bill for the subsidies that the rich and powerful developers are getting despite the huge demands their buildings will put on our transportation system. There has been a long public process for the measure that is before us today. Most noteworthy is a September 10th Planning Commission meeting where commissioners unanimously supported all of the amendments I recommended before them and approved an even stronger measure than the one that is before us today. I also brought all these amendments up at multiple Board of Supervisors Land Use Committee meetings and here at the Board of Supervisors. Despite the mayor's claims of consensus, with the exception of one letter from the Chamber of Commerce, I have not heard from a single person who was opposed to this measure before us today. So why the blackout? And why the veto? This measure charges $2 per square foot for commercial developments over 100,000 square feet, $2 more, up to $21 a square foot. For commercial property that is in the pipeline but has not yet received entitlements from the Planning Commission, it also grandfathers in a new fee that is set at half the difference between the old TIDF and the new TSF. This new TSF before us today raises $2 million more annually and $30 million in one-time funds. With our enormous transportation needs and huge demands on transit, San Francisco cannot afford to turn this money down. Adding to the wealth of the wealthy is no way to promote development nor fulfill our transportation needs. So I urge you, colleagues, support this measure. Be fair to the people of San Francisco, the taxpayers, the Muni riders, and the workers, and not just to the rich and powerful developers.
Thank you, Supervisor Avalos. Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'll be voting to sustain the veto today based on the many years of work that went into crafting an excellent transportation sustainability fee and did it in a broad-based collaborative way that will significantly benefit our transportation system over time. I want to commend Supervisor Avalos for that. I thought was just a really barn burner speech that if you didn't know anything about what has happened to date, you might say, wow, how could I possibly take a different position? The problem with the comments we just heard is it frankly almost completely ignores everything that went before. The transportation sustainability fee is not a new thing that just materialized out of thin air. For years and years, 5 years for me, and I know there was work even before I got involved, we have been working to take our transportation impact development fee that's been on the books for 35 years and to bring it into the 21st century, to expand it, to get more revenue out of it, to have developers pay significantly more, and that is exactly what we did. When you look at what the TSF did, the item that we passed at this board late last year, it takes the annual contribution of developers to our transportation system from $26 million a year to $45 million a year. It almost doubled what developers will pay per year into our transportation system, nearly a $20 million increase. That TSF, that $20 million increase, the near doubling of transit impact fees, was achieved because what we did for the first time ever in 35 years, we extended transportation impact fees to residential development. Residential development for 35 years did not pay a penny under our transportation impact development fees, and we fixed that by including residential development for the first time. In addition, under what we passed late last year, we significantly increased what commercial development had to pay compared to what they had previously paid. And not only did we increase it in what was initially introduced, and then Supervisor Cohen and I in committee increased it on commercial development yet again. So for years we worked on this. We came out with an excellent product that will produce almost $20 million a year more than what they were paying otherwise. So to suggest that anyone, the mayor or members of this Board of Supervisors, are trying to cut developers a break, frankly, is ridiculous. Developers are going to pay almost $20 million a year more than they would have otherwise, for a total of approximately $45 million a year in transportation impact development fees paid for by developers. And to say that if you're not in favor of increasing it from $45 million a year to $47 million a year, you're somehow not supporting working people and you're siding with the 1% is absolutely specious. It has no basis, and it is a political game, and that's what this is really about. We took a gigantic step forward, and we did it through collaboration and through years of negotiation and putting legislation together in the way that you should put it together, and we passed it, and it's done. And at some point, the legislative process ends, and you move forward with implementation. Anyone can always take the position that it's not enough, that the developers should pay more. But what we did was a gigantic step forward. What is being proposed today, frankly, is very, very small. It's not going to accomplish anything, but I do understand that it makes for good political theater. I'll be supporting this veto today.
Thank you, Supervisor Weiner. Supervisor Marr.
Thank you. I wanted to respond to a few of the points that Supervisor Weiner made, and also thank Supervisor Avalos and the Vision Zero and the Pro-Transportation Coalition for standing up to override the mayor's veto. It's $2.4 million a year that would go into a better transit system, and $30 million in one-time revenue. I don't think that's a little amount, though we need much more. But I think this is about equity, and it's about requiring the largest developers to pay their fair share, as Supervisor Avalos mentioned. So I urge my colleagues to join Supervisor Avalos, me, and other colleagues to override Mayor Lee's unfortunate veto of this transportation equity funding measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you, Madam President. With all due respect to my colleagues who will be voting to sustain this veto, the argument that's being made by these developers is sort of what happened with Airbnb. It took Airbnb so many years to pay its back taxes, and it was so used to not playing by the rules for so long that when it finally followed the rules, it was actually boasting about that. In this case, these developers are so used to not paying anything for so long that when they're paying an amount, even if it's a small amount relative to what they should be paying, they somehow think that they're doing us a favor. Let's be clear here. It is a giveaway to big developers, and it so happens that in this case, people say the point was made at some point the legislative process has to end. Wait, why is it that the legislative process has to end when it actually benefits developers? How about stopping the legislative process when it gets to the point of actually helping real people, regular people? That's what we're saying. And, they may argue all they want, but at the end of the day, they are giving a big giveaway to the development community.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. Supervisor Kim.
Just want to speak in support of Supervisor Avalos' amendments to the transportation sustainability fee. This has been a long-term discussion. In fact, all of these amendments were before the Planning Commission, and in fact, they supported a more tiered fee structure for how we do transportation fees for particularly our commercial buildings and our residential, depending on size. We know that those that build larger projects not only have a larger impact on our transit system, they can also usually afford to pay more. This is a modest change, but it's actually a more fair change, not just for the everyday residents of San Francisco, but for developers as well. Each project is not equal, and so it makes sense that we tier our fees, so as your project gets larger, you pay a little bit more. As you create more jobs and put more workers in the downtown area, you pay a little bit more to help support our transit system. Over the last couple of weeks, we've been having conversations about what is the most appropriate revenue source for funding public transit. And this board agreed that one of the ways to do that was not a flat fee on towaway charges that can range anywhere from $600 to $800 that really impoverish low-income and working-class households and residents here in the city. We worked with SFMTA to reduce those fees, acknowledging that there would be a hole in the budget when we took that revenue source away. Now, the more appropriate revenue source for funding our public transit system is a progressive tiered fee. This is one of those options and alternatives. We can ask our developers who can give more to our public transit system, certainly a lot more than our working class residents that get slapped with a $600 to $800 towaway charge for one singular mistake. And yet, this board is now going to say that they can't support a slight increase in the transportation sustainability fee. I think that this is an important policy question for this board to continue to tackle. There are more progressive ways that are not regressive in terms of helping to invest in our public transit system. Members of this board have said that they would introduce a set-aside or a supplemental appropriation if a hole did emerge from reducing our towaway charges, which I think we all agree is the right thing to do. And I think that this is one of those appropriate revenue sources to help continue to support a rich and well-developed public transit system. And so I will be voting to support Supervisor Avalos' amendments today.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. Just to continue my political theater, I actually agree with Supervisor Wiener. There has been a great deal of work on creating the new TSF. And I would say that Supervisor Wiener has done a lot of work on that. And I do appreciate his movement to build a new framework for the TSF. And we needed that new framework because we left a lot of money on the table compared to what we have in place now by not improving the TSF. So that's something that was really important to me. We developed a framework for the TSF, but how we settled on a fee that is anemic compared to what it could be with this measure is something that's beyond me. I don't know how we got to settle on on the fee we have today. We had discussion in committee to raise the fee. There were votes in committee to do that, and the votes kept it in committee to be the lower fee until we actually made this new improved version that before us today. We had 6 members of the Board of Supervisors who supported, that's a majority, who supported this higher fee, which will raise $2 million a year and $30 million in one-time funds. That to me says that there are many ways that we could have crafted the fee beyond the framework that we put together over the years. So this framework, this fee that we have before us today, means if we approve it and override this veto, we are saying to the taxpayers that you will not have to subsidize the transportation impacts of big development. That's the final vote we have today. By actually approving, by sustaining the veto, you are saying to the taxpayers, it's you who have to pay for the impacts of big development and not the developers themselves. That's the clear choice that's before us today.
Thank you, Supervisor Avalos. Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you. I just I respect, and Supervisor Avalos is we actually work well together on a lot of transportation issues, and I know we will. We just have a real disagreement on this one. To suggest that the TSF is telling developers that they don't have to pay, that's just not consistent with the facts. Developers are going to pay $45 million a year under the TSF. That is $19 million a year more than they would have paid without the TSF. We almost doubled what developers have to pay. We extended it for the first time to residential. We increased it repeatedly on commercial. And so if someone wants to argue that that there's some sort of meaningful difference between $45 million a year and $47 million a year, let's be real clear. That's what the argument is here. Should they pay $45 million a year or should they pay $47 million a year? That's what this big argument is about. And to suggest that that is the difference between developers paying their fair share or not paying their fair share, there's no basis for doing that. And that's why I refer to this as political theater, because it's not about the actual money. I have fought very hard for funding for transit, authored Proposition B that is generating almost $30 million a year for transportation in this city. Not every member of this Board of Supervisors supported Proposition B. It made it barely out of this body to the voters. So I get it that we need more funding for our transportation system, but to have a fight between $45 million and $47 million, it is not about the money. That is about scoring political points vis-a-vis the mayor or whoever else.
Thank you, Supervisor Weiner. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. I just wanted to have the last word.
Thank you, Supervisor. And with that, colleagues, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
On item 1, Supervisor Breed.
No.
Breed, no. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
No.
Cohen, no. Supervisor Kim?
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang?
No.
Tang, no. Supervisor Weiner?
No.
Weiner, no. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos?
Aye.
Avalos, aye. There are 6 ayes and 4 noes, with Supervisors Breed, Cohen, Tang, and Weiner in the dissent.
The veto is sustained and the ordinance fails. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Item 2 is an ordinance to suspend Administrative Code Section 21.1, the competitive solicitation process requirement for a contract for an electronic health record system for the Department of Public Health's San Francisco Health Network, to approve the selection of the Regents of the University of California as the preferred contractor.
Roll call vote.
On item 2, Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
No.
Cohen, no. Supervisor Kim? Kim, no. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Weiner?
Aye.
Weiner, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos?
Aye.
Avalos, aye. There are 8 ayes and 2 noes, with Supervisors Cohen and Kim in the dissent.
The ordinance finally passes. Next item, please.
Items 3 through 5 were referred without recommendation from the Budget and Finance Committee. Item 3 is an ordinance to appropriate $2.5 million from the General Fund Reserve to the Recreation and Park Department for facilities improvements in the Geneva Car Barn in 2015-16.
Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you, President Breed. Colleagues, first off, I want to thank the Budget Committee for hearing this item and moving it forward. This supplemental was something that I had introduced in early December before the mayor's budget instructions had come out. This has been a project, the Geneva Office Building Powerhouse has been a project that's been decades in the making. It sits on the corner of San Jose and Geneva Avenue, and it's an industrial area that is passed through by thousands and thousands of people going to Muni and BART every morning and evening. This is an industrial area right in the middle of District 11 between Mission Terrace neighborhood, Cayuga Terrace neighborhood, and the OMI neighborhoods. And it would be a vital part of putting together a place to go to that's just not a place to pass through on your way to BART or Muni. We are already making a neighborhood here in this neighborhood by building affordable housing across the street from the Geneva office building. The powerhouse that's before us today that this supplemental would fund phase 1 of the building that would create an arts space, performance space, and practice space that would be used by arts organizations in the southern part of San Francisco. Heretofore in the city's history, we have never had such a facility in the southern part of San Francisco, and it's vitally needed, especially when we see in District 11 there are hundreds of artists who make their art in the city, but actually practice it elsewhere. We also have a really great organization called the Youth Art Exchange, does some incredible work and does a lot of community development work through their art. This would provide a great venue for them to showcase their work in the district. Right now they do it at SOMARTS instead of in District 11 where they're based. There are a lot of things I could say about this neighborhood and how it's been passed over by decades of neglect from the city. And during our economic boom, we've seen much of San Francisco transform itself before our very eyes. Not just new buildings that are made for the private sector, but a lot of public facilities that are built with development fees that come from those buildings and neighborhood impact fees that are around those developments as well. But we've seen no development in District 11, and we've seen a lot of general fund dollars that go from our city budget to support these developments around big developments in other parts of San Francisco, the south of Market, along our waterfront, along Market Street, but we don't have that kind of development in the District 11, and it makes so much sense that we actually help to build the equity that we don't have in our development and our general fund dollars that go to neighborhoods based on that development. So that's what this supplemental really does. While we see this great boom, economic boom, we're not saying that revenue come and trickle down to our neighborhoods. Most of all, we don't have the plumbing for that to trickle down. This supplemental is a form of plumbing to be able to get some of our wealth that's generated to a neighborhood that greatly needs it. That will help to jumpstart the development in an area that has seen such neglect and really bring it up to the 21st century. So I have Beth Rubenstein from my office who will show you some of the images of the Geneva office building and powerhouse. And if we can get that lined up. So you'll see here, this is the neighborhood, and I'm looking at, could you point to where I guess you have to do it there, no? Or that's the building in question, and you see this whole area is basically the 280 freeway, Muni Yards, but surrounding it are neighborhoods. And so we're building a neighborhood in the middle, and one of the key public facilities will be the Geneva office building development. Across the street from there will be the upper yard, 100% affordable housing, about 85 units that are going to be built. And this is just one way to complement the effort. Our next view, and we probably don't have to go to the screen, this is the way the building looks back in the 1970s when it was in use. This is how it currently looks right now. And it's just, has a really great facade, great beauty, great potential, but still is more or less an eyesore in the neighborhood. The next slide is the current powerhouse, which is actually the site of Phase 1 that this supplemental will help close the gap in funding to make happen. And this is the final version of the entire building when it's fully developed. We're still looking for the entire amount of money for that. And the next slide will be what the actual Phase 1 of the powerhouse side, that will be the performance space and practice space that this supplemental will help fund. There's currently money from the last park bond. There's $3 million that's there. We've actually contributed some funds from our budget over the years for design documents, and this $2.5 million that's before us today will finally close the gap so we can move forward on this project. Colleagues, there's no better time to support District 11. We've had multiple opportunities to show that, and each time the Board of Supervisors has risen to the occasion to support this neighborhood. Our district, District 11, is completely united behind this, from every walk of life, from every economic sector, from all our neighborhood associations and our social justice organizations are all behind this measure, really hoping that you can help move this forward and support it. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Supervisor Tang.
Thank you. First, I'll just start by saying that I think that this is an incredible project that I really look forward to seeing happen. I think that there's been a lot of uniformity around it with constituents, and Supervisor Avalos has certainly been a really good champion for this partner for many, many years. And as I said in Budget Committee, I think that for me, I'm just not comfortable with supporting a supplemental for this at this moment. I think that this really belongs in the budget process and deliberations. And year and year after, I have seen, even before I became a supervisor, that there has been a commitment to fund this project. We have all supported it in our various forms and various budget processes. I think that that's something, again, a conversation that belongs in the budget process. So I do not have anything against this project. I think that it is going to serve the community very well when it's complete. And I think that there have been funds set aside as well in previous Parks Bond that have passed by voters. I think $2 million, for example, for construction. And so I know that there is a funding gap. I think that if it came before the Board of Supervisors and the Budget Committee, it is something that, again, I will continue to support, but just not in this form.
President Breed.
Thank you. I'd like to associate myself with the comments of Supervisor Tang. I, too, think that this is a great project, and I do think it belongs in the budget process. We have a process for this particular matter for a reason. I remember over the past 3 years before we were able to fund Kezar Track to get that done, it was turned down year after year after year by the Capital Planning Committee, and it has finally been funded after being rejected at least 3 times by Rec and Park. We had Kezar Drive, which basically is the responsibility of Rec and Park, but is a major thoroughfare for traffic for people who drive through the park, and that has been in a state of disrepair. Park and Rec actually didn't fund repairing that particular Kezar Drive. It was funded by DPW. And I just think that although there's a lot of great intentions, I have an amazing project in my district, the Muni substation, which is a blight on the Fillmore. I'd like to have $2.5 million to rehabilitate Muni substation and to make it exactly what's been promised to the community for many, many years. But I realize that there are so many projects in the city, there's so much to do, and there are challenges to getting everything that we all want done in a timely manner. It's not to say that I wouldn't support this project in the future through the process. I have supported funding for this project in the past, but with our budget process coming up, I do think that it's more appropriate to include a project of this nature in the budget process and not as a supplemental at this time. So unfortunately, I can't support this supplemental. Thank you.
Right, Supervisor Yee.
Thank you. When we had this discussion at the Budget Committee, we actually continued this item for a week in the hope that Supervisor Avalos would be able to have a discussion with the mayor's office to see a clear pathway in funding this project. Yes, this project is in District 11. It borders about 2 blocks from my district. So in many ways, this project really impacts both our districts, both 11 and 7 directly. I've been supportive of this project. It's a really exciting project that's been sitting there for a while. I'm going to be supporting this supplemental, and my hope is that even if we get this supplemental today, that this discussion at the budget during the budget process will happen anyways, because we'll still be far short of the funding required to complete the whole project. So, colleagues, I really hope that I'm hearing the right thing, which is that people will continue supporting this project at one form or another. I'm hoping today that many of you can actually vote yes on this item.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you, Madam President. My understanding from what has been said about this project is that this project is ready to go. And while I understand and respect the fact that people, as a general rule, don't want to do supplementals, I think that in terms of moving this project forward, it might actually be more expensive to wait to actually begin the work. And I certainly was very impressed with the feedback from this community. And to me, if we're going to end up approving this funding a few months down the road. I think that we should not let form dictate over substance. I think that we should just move this forward. I know from being on this board that Supervisor Avalos has been very responsible in how he brings any supplemental before this board. It's not something that he does. And so I'm going to defer to his judgment if he believes that this is something that is needed for his district.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, some 15 years ago, when the MTA owned this property, it was actually going to be demolished. The city rallied. My then colleague, Supervisor Sandoval, rallied. District 11 rallied, and we were able to make, I think, a courageous decision under the leadership of then Recon Park General Manager Elizabeth Goldstein to transfer that facility to Recon Park. It has been a decade and a half. Supervisor Sandoval endeavored for 8 years. Supervisor Avalos has endeavored now for an additional 8 years. I think the time has come. This is not about District 11. This is part of the city's patrimony. This is a great historic resource. We can breathe new life into this resource. It will create jobs. It will create housing. It will create a much-needed facility and save one of the great early century buildings of this city. I urge all of you to consider this and to vote for it. It is time to get it done.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. With that, seeing no other names on the roster, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
On item 3, Supervisor Breed.
No.
Breed, no. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
No.
Tang, no. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. There are 8 ayes and 2 noes, with Supervisors Breed and Tang in the dissent.
The ordinance passes on the first reading. All right, it is now past 2:30, so we will be going into our 2:30 commendations, and we have a few on our schedule today. So I will be starting with, as soon as I know who has them, Supervisor Campos and Avalos.
Supervisor Avalos, would you like to begin?
For John Rodney?
Aren't you honoring
Yes,
someone
the
together?
same, yes.
Okay.
Why don't you start
Okay.
off then?
Great. Thank you. I will start. Let me, if I may, call on the incredible, I guess we're going to do, we'll do that one first. The first one is a proclamation that is actually recognizing and remembering the legacy and the memory of a great man, the Archbishop of El Salvador, Oscar Romero. And I'd like to recognize Ana Valenzuela, who's the Consul General of the Republic of El Salvador, who's here. As those of you who have followed not just Salvadorian but Latin American and world history know, Archbishop Romero was a courageous priest who spoke up continuously on behalf of those that were less fortunate, on behalf of the poor, the oppressed in that country of El Salvador. He always preached a vision of unity. Monsignor Romero was a wise and fearless servant of his pueblo, his people, who called for justice, social organizing, and for the government to seize the repression of its people. The killing of Monsignor Romero was something that really shocked the conscience, not only of that country, but of all of Latin America and the whole world. His death impacted millions of people throughout the Americas as it happened while he was offering Mass. And when he died, he immediately became a martyr. Last year, the beatification of Monsignor Romero took place in the eve of the 35th anniversary of his death. Archbishop Romero's teachings continue to guide El Salvador, not only the Western Hemisphere, but the whole world. And we know that his presence is a very vibrant one here in the Bay Area, where his memory lives in the hearts of so many people. So this is a commendation so that the Board of Supervisors remembers the legacy of Monsignor Romero and acknowledges that it's inspired by his example and his work for the less fortunate. So with that, I want to acknowledge the Consul General, Ana Valenzuela.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. In this very special day, we would like to also join this couple of words. The government of El Salvador strongly condemns the terrorist bombings that occurred today in Brussels, Belgium, and expresses its solidarity to the Belgian government for the victims of the attack. We extend our condolences to the families of the deceased and also expect the speedy recovery of those injured. We hope that tranquility is shortly restored in that country. I'm honored to be here today and grateful with Supervisor David Campos, John Avalos, and the rest of the board members for recognizing Monsignor Romero and his legacy. March has a special meaning for Salvadorans because we celebrate the remembrance of his message. I would like to recognize the presence of the Honorary Consul of El Salvador, Tony Batarse, and members of the Salvadoran community who are here today. I would like, at this point, to ask Jose Artiga, who is the Executive Director of Share Foundation, to give a couple of words regarding this exceptional human being.
Well, we want to say gracias. Thank you very much for recognizing Romero. Romero, as many of Salvadorians say, is no longer Salvadorian. You know, it belongs to the larger community of people that want peace. But in wanting peace, he also wants justice, and he decided to have a preferential option for the suffering one, for the poor. So we want to invite you today. For next year will be his 100th birthday. And we are organizing an international party both in El Salvador and we wish in many cities to honor and remember Romero. So you are invited and we will follow up with you to make sure that there is a strong delegation to El Salvador to be part of this party. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to pass out this postals because last year was the beatification of Monsignor Romero, and it was an international festivity, and we're very honored. We're going to, if possible, give this to the public as well. Thank you very much again.
Thank you. I have two of them. Colleagues, I have one more commendation that I'm doing with Supervisor Avalos, and if I may ask this incredible individual to please come on up to the podium, John Rodney. How do I put this? If you live in Gotham City, you have Batman. You call on Batman whenever the city is in danger. And if you are an immigrant in the Bay Area and you're under attack, you have to, put out the signal for John Rodney to come to the rescue. I want to ask everyone who's in the audience to honor John Rodney to please stand. All right, take that, Bruce Wayne. Thank you. As you can see, John Rodney is loved by so many people. My office and I have been actually talking about honoring John for so many years, actually since probably the first year that we came into office. And yet, life gets in the way because at every turn there's some issue, some attack against immigrants. So John is the communications mastermind for the Bay Area immigrant rights movement. He is the messaging guru behind every single important legislative effort and immigration case that the San Francisco Bay Area has had in years. He has been on the front lines of this effort to gain comprehensive immigration reform at the federal level. He led the communication strategy for the Due Process for Youth ordinance, which was one of the first major piece of legislation that we've pushed for. He was the communications guru behind city ID cards, the local effort to pass the DREAM Act and DACA, the fight against car impoundment, the fight for the Trust Act, the fight for due process for all, the effort to guarantee legal representation for every child placed in the fast track, the so-called rocket docket here in immigration court. I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on. And so what can I say other than I think that one of the benefits of being an immigrant in the Bay Area is that you happen to live where John Rodney lives. So you know that you are in great hands. He truly is an unsung hero. And he is wit smart. He has an amazing memory. He speaks Spanish, though with an accent that sounds native. Anyway, I will turn it over to Supervisor Avalos. But John, thank you for everything. And like I said, you really are our superhero in this Bay Area.
A long time ago, I actually had some training in media and have some kind of fascination with it and media advocacy, and I learned so much from you after all of that. And it's really great to see that you are among us in the Bay Area to help us do all the really challenging work of creating a world that supports immigrants. And I just want to say I love you, man. And there's all these people here who actually share that, their love and respect for you. And I just wanted to say it on the mic and just thank you for your work. And what is your dog's name again?
Tony.
Tony. Thank you for bringing Tony with you as well. We would not be as strong as a coalition fighting for immigrant rights without your great work. And all of us have learned and benefited from your wisdom. And so thank you.
John, if you and Tony would like to say a few words.
Yes, and this is a lot. Thank you. I brought Tony with me because I do have a confession. Tony actually writes the press releases. I just edit them. And sometimes I actually don't edit them. But seriously, no, I was not expecting this. I'm very humbled. It's wonderful to work with both you, David, and you, John, and all of you in your offices as this board has challenged the cruel and unjust deportation machinery that this country has. And I think what communications work is really about is standing with people who are standing up against injustice. And challenging, this hateful idea of the other that has really been plaguing the discourse at least since San Francisco began and long before that. And embracing folks when they do come out and tell their stories. So I think it's about supporting people, like many people in this room who have faced deportation or who have feared deportation and have stood up. I think it's about supporting people like the families of Mario and Alex and Amilcar, who are still fighting for justice. And I think it's about supporting people who are fighting displacement and exploitation in an economy that every day is more unequal. And this is a pretty scary time that we're all living in. But I think that what communications work should really do is really lift up our best ideals rather than retreat from them. And I think this board has done that last October with the votes for due process, the rejection of the jail, many other great examples. And I think we're all really looking forward to working with you all for more exciting steps like that. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your work, John, and congratulations. Now I'd like to recognize Supervisor Eric Marr for another commendation.
Thank you. Since we're referring to superheroes, I'll just say there's a Wonder Woman for economic justice in the room with us today. Would Donna Levitt, the Director of the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement, please come forward? I know her family is here. I also see labor and community activists from grassroots organizations to the Progressive Workers Alliance to the Labor Council here in the House with us as well. We're going to be commending Donna Levitt on her retirement from OLSC. She's led the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement for over 13 years. Her work has helped thousands and thousands of working families in our city who have been victims of wage theft and other abuses. When Donna was hired to lead the OLSC in 2002, she brought over 20 years of construction industry experience and labor experience. She was a pioneering tradeswoman who began her apprenticeship as a carpenter in 1980, where she progressed to superintendent, estimator, and then union representative. Donna was the first woman to head a major construction local at the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners of America. Her distinguished career, her amazing career, I think, has included service on the California Building Standards Commission, the San Francisco Landmarks Preservation Advisory Board, and the Executive Board of the San Francisco Labor Council. Thanks so much to Tim Paulson and Connie Ford for being here with us today, too. Her experience, Donna's experience in prevailing wage, enabled her to develop effective enforcement strategies. During her tenure, San Francisco has led the nation in passing landmark labor laws, which the OLSC was assigned to enforce. I'll just say, because of Young Workers United, CPA, and many of the Progressive Workers Alliance, we have the first in the nation raising the minimum wage, paid sick leave, and a number of other laws, wage theft laws as well. Also, Donna's leadership, the OLSC now enforces prevailing wage, minimum wage, paid sick leave, the Healthcare Security Ordinance, the Fair Chance Ordinance, the Family-Friendly Workplace, and the most recent edition, which I'm very proud of, the Retail Workers' Bill of Rights, which I helped to author along with Jobs with Justice and Assemblyman David Chu. The challenges of rulemaking in these first-in-the-nation efforts also show Donna's experience and her understanding of the regulatory frameworks of local, state, and federal law. Because of OLSC's successful model of strategic enforcement, countries across the nation all look to San Francisco as a leader and a model, and Donna is that leader as well. Donna's commitment to working with the grassroots community organizations has helped the most disenfranchised workers in our city to fight for their rights and to build empowerment efforts and to combat wage theft. San Francisco has been so fortunate to have Donna's dedication to workers' rights. Donna, you've left a remarkable legacy behind, hopefully one that will remain with us for years to come. You have extremely big shoes, or we have big shoes to fill that you're leaving. Donna, as we move forward, I and my colleagues, some of my colleagues, hope that the mayor and the city will fill this position with a strong champion like you for workers' rights, as you have been, and that we find the same steady and skilled leadership that you have provided, especially someone with an understanding of that regulatory framework that I mentioned. I know Supervisor Avalos and maybe others wanted to make some comments also about Donna Levitt's
Actually, I have
leadership.
Supervisor Campos on the roster.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'll be very brief. Wow, what a day today. Senior Romero, John Rodney, and now Donna Levitt. It's really hard to imagine the city and county of San Francisco, our city government, without Donna and her presence at OLSC. When you look at the prosperity that we have had as a city, notwithstanding that prosperity, there are still things that happen where things are not right for all workers. And luckily in San Francisco, we have the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement. And that office has become the great equalizer when it comes to so many low-paid workers who, for whatever reason, are the victims of the system, whether it's wage theft or employers not following the rules. I've seen Donna and her office do justice for so many of these workers time and time again. I can only imagine the thousands and thousands of people whose lives are better because of the work you have done, Donna. And that's quite a legacy that you take with you. I just want to say that as the supervisor for District 9 and as a resident of San Francisco, I'm eternally grateful to you for being there for workers, for making sure that we do right by every worker, and for the integrity and commitment that you bring to the job. It will always be remembered, and it's a legacy that you should be very proud of. And I hope that you get to take some time and enjoy with family. But I just want to say it is a job well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. Supervisor Avalos. You have a lot of fans, Donna.
Donna, I just want to say thank you for running this office for so many years. It seemed like every year we've added a new mandate for your office to take up. And you never said no. You always I'd see kind of like the tension that was there, understanding just how you were going to do that. But I would just want to say thank you. You ran a really great ship, and you have a tremendous staff who are working under you, who have done a fine job. Your office also does a lot to work with a lot of immigrants, or the ones who seem to bear the brunt of wage theft and employers not following the rules. My district is 50% foreign-born, so a lot of people in my district have really benefited from your office's work. And I just want to say thank you for taking on that responsibility, for training really great staff to do that work. And yes, we want to make sure that the person who comes after you really understands the regulatory framework, knows how to work with the different systems that you have to work with in the employment system and the regulatory system. I wanted to add that there are a lot of groups around, a lot of cities around the country that are doing work around increasing worker rights, minimum wage, healthcare security type ordinances. But a lot of them don't think about having a labor standards enforcement office to do that work. And so your office has really been a great example for the entire country about how to do this work. And I know that a lot of people have come and visited and talked to you and your staff about how you get this work done. So I want to say thank you for leading the way across the country as well.
Thank you, Supervisor Avalos. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. It has been a pleasure over the last decade and a half to watch the OLSC go from being a 1 ordinance shop to a 15 ordinance shop. When I first became a supervisor, this was the ask from the House of Labor. I don't think any of us realized that it would become a national model. And to Donna, I want to say that you have been tough and fair, and most importantly, impervious to political interference. You, Supervisor Avalos, said that you ran a good ship. I want to say you navigated the political waters very, very well. You didn't let any of us or the chief executive tell you what to do or when to do it. You applied it fairly, and it's a tough job because when you're enforcing against folks, it's never easy, it's never fun, but you always did it calmly, and I look forward to having somebody who fills your shoes, who is going to navigate those waters without being politically interfered with, and will ultimately discharge precisely what Labor envisioned when OLSC was started in 2002. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you. Donna, I just wanted to acknowledge you, as my colleagues did, on your immense leadership at OLSC. It is a very politically sensitive department, and the work that you do does require a level of using a scalpel, not a knife. And I just want to acknowledge your work in fighting for our everyday workers. Our office had an opportunity to work with you in your department, both raising our minimum wage and also the Fair Chance Act, where we banned the box for all employers with 25 or more employees. And we would not have been able to do our work as effectively in achieving our goals if not for your input during the legislative process, and certainly afterwards you and your staff in ensuring that our laws actually get implemented. Because it's one thing to write great laws, but if they aren't followed and if folks aren't there to make sure the enforcement exists, the law might as well not have passed. And I know that this takes an incredible amount of work and leadership. So thank you. I'm very sad to see you go. I hope that we can find someone that can certainly fill your big shoes, but thank you for your service to our city.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Donna. Here we are sharing wonderful thoughts and experiences that we've had with you over the years. I've come to know you only in the last 6 years, but we're recognizing you and all of your wonderful attributes and talents that you've brought to the city. It really does make me wonder who you have coached to bring up behind you to fill in these big shoes that you now leave vacant. I am particularly reminded of the work that our office did on ban the box legislation. I think it was incredibly landmarking legislation that helps particularly communities of color and those that are reentering from the justice system back into the community to get jobs and to get housing. And so much of what Supervisor Kim was saying, these laws mean nothing if there's no one watching, if there's no one enforcing. And this role that you have filled for many years is absolutely incredible. I'm happy and excited for you, but I do lament as to what we are left with. And that's not to say that the next person behind you won't be as great, but there was something very special I think only you brought. It was a product of your personality. It was a very delicate but yet firm touch. You're very thoughtful and very insightful and personable and easy to work with. And you led a tremendous team. And you have helped make San Francisco that much better and more aggressive in protecting the working environments for communities of color as well as just working class people. I just wanted to lend my voice to say thank you to you and let you know how grateful I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen. Supervisor Weiner.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to also just join the chorus of saying what a pleasure it's been to work with you. I think sometimes, much to the chagrin of my staff, we've done a lot of prevailing wage legislation. Even though it's incredibly important legislation, it is unbelievably hard and complicated and fraught, and you're always on the verge of some sort of jurisdictional dispute between unions, and it's just they're really, really hard pieces of legislation to navigate, even if they seem simple going in. And you have helped make it a lot easier. We've always been able to rely on you to give us information and guidance, and to let us know the history of how we got to a certain place, and to make sure we have that context, because this legislative work around prevailing wage is so incredibly important to make sure that we're supporting our middle class and that people have living wage jobs and are able to succeed. And so I just want to thank you for helping us and our office through some difficult pieces of legislation, but also for your support for working people, and we're going to miss you.
Thank you. And with that, Donna, you have the microphone.
Thank you so much, Supervisors. I feel humbled and honored. I'd like to ask, if I may, if the staff people, former and past, who are here from OLSE, please stand with me. I want to express my heartfelt thanks to three mayors, Mayor Willie Brown, Mayor Gavin Newsom, and Mayor Ed Lee, for having the confidence in me and giving me this opportunity to serve. I want to thank City Administrator Naomi Kelly and her team for their support and guidance, City Attorney Dennis Herrera and his deputies for their partnership and sound advice, our community collaborative partners, our friends in the labor movement, the solid base of high road employers in San Francisco, and the dedicated and talented staff at the OLSE. As many of you know, and has been mentioned today, the OLSE was created by ordinance in 2001 with the vision of Stan Smith, who's here with us today. Hey, Stan. We were created to enforce one law, which was prevailing wage on the city's public works construction contracts. And I have kind of seen it since then, coming from construction, like building a high-rise. In 2003, the voters approved one of the first in the nation's minimum wage ordinances. The living wage ordinances were moved into our shop. The sweat-free ordinance was passed by the board. In 2006, the voters passed the first in the country paid sick leave ordinance. You passed the healthcare security ordinance, followed by the family-friendly workplace ordinance, the fair chance ordinance, and the retail worker bill of rights. That's not to mention those that are on the in committee just this week. I think we've got a couple more. With each new law, we have done our best to turn your progressive vision of workplace justice into reality and to make these laws meaningful in the everyday lives of workers in San Francisco. We have recovered over $10 million in wages for minimum wage workers, plus another $5 million in cases where we collaborated with the Labor Commissioner's office. These cases involve San Francisco's most vulnerable immigrant workers, often non-English speakers, who in our wealthy city work in the underground economy, paid in cash at less than the minimum wage, often work long hours without overtime pay, often under the threat of deportation if they complain. I think back on some of our hard-fought victories, when we got proof that it was the employer who called ICE on the husband of a claimant and we were able to get him out of detention in Arizona. When the city attorney filed lawsuits against some of our most egregious violators to stop them from selling off or hiding their assets. The great organizing done by the Filipino Community Center that led to recovery of over $1 million for workers in residential care home cases. And the uplifting work of the Chinese Progressive Association with restaurant workers, most notably the recent Yang Sing case where nearly 300 workers were awarded several $1 million in back wages in a joint enforcement action carried out by the OLSE and the Labor Commissioner's Office. As you know, San Francisco was the first city in the country to require employers to provide paid sick leave. And you know what? The sky didn't fall. And now over 22 cities and 5 states have their own paid sick leave ordinances modeled on ours. It has been an honor for me to testify before other jurisdictions about our experience implementing San Francisco's law and our conclusion that paid sick leave can be easily enforced, is good for workers, good for employers, and is good public policy. One of your boldest pieces of legislation was the Healthcare Security Ordinance, which withstood a legal challenge all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court. Unlike the employer mandate of the Federal Affordable Care Act, the Healthcare Security Ordinance requires that employers actually provide, not just offer, healthcare benefits to employees. It covers part-time employees, and it covers many more businesses than the ACA. To date, the OLSC has concluded over 250 compliance reviews initiated by worker complaints that have resulted in healthcare benefits for over 8,300 workers. I'm also happy to report that nearly 20% of covered employers who submitted annual reporting forms to the OLSC said that they changed their hiring practices to comply with the Fair Chance Ordinance and to provide a fair shot at job opportunities for people with arrest and conviction records. I would be remiss if I didn't also highlight our successes enforcing prevailing wages on the city's public works contracts. We've recovered over $6 million in back wages for construction workers and over $2 million in penalties to the city's general fund. 4 contractors have been debarred from bidding city contracts and 2 referred for criminal prosecution. In 2 of our most memorable cases, OLSC subpoenaed copies of canceled checks directly from the contractors' banks to prove that they had 2 sets of books, the actual checks used to pay workers and the checks that were shown to the city. And these were contractors who had been doing public works contracts in San Francisco for many years. I'm proud of OLSC's prevailing wage enforcement record, which is near and dear to my heart, and we have not only recovered some serious money for workers who've been cheated out of prevailing wage, but we have leveled the playing field for law-abiding contractors to successfully bid on city contracts. I'm also proud that OLSC has become a state and national model for local labor law enforcement. We do things differently here. We work with a community collaborative to ensure that we are reaching those workers most affected by wage theft. We protect the identity of workers who file complaints, and we conduct company-wide audits going back 3 years. We work hard to educate employers about their obligations, to provide clear guidance and make ourselves available to field questions about San Francisco's laws, and we then hold violators accountable. Supervisors, I am truly honored by your kind words, but please know that this commendation is really not for me, but for the entire staff of the OLSC. They are the ones on the front lines. They show up at restaurants to interview workers at 10 p.m. when the timesheets show that nobody works after 9 p.m. They do home visits to find workers who may have been underpaid in order to hear their stories. They speak to workers in their native languages to make them feel comfortable and earn their trust. They perform audits on their computers until their necks and shoulders ache. They spend weeks on the phones answering employers' questions each year when the annual reporting forms become due. They hound employers when their payments are late. They stay respectful with employers and maintain a positive attitude when they hear excuses about what happened to the missing pay records or why the records don't include all of the workers or the hours worked. I am indebted to all of them for any successes that I have achieved in my time here. Thank you.
Stan Smith, Secretary Treasurer, San Francisco Building Trades, retired. But when Donna come into the building trades with a whole bunch of men, business agents, construction workers, they were, oh, wow, what's this? She soon told that she was as tough as any of them and become one of the best union representatives we had. And I just want to thank her publicly for all the support and work she did at the building trades.
Timmy, can you say something?
Maybe there's a way we can group together as much as possible.
You want the staff first?
Go over it. Hey, remember when I met you at the Grand King? Yeah. Hey, Carla.
You don't look like
all the cameras.
Again, congratulations, Donna, and thank you for all of your hard work for the City and County of San Francisco. All right, colleagues, we have one more commendation. Just one more. Later today, we will vote on my legislation to establish the San Francisco Homicide Reward Fund for unsolved murders in our city. This reward fund encourages witnesses to come forward. It puts those responsible behind bars, and it gives solace for those who lost loved ones. Right now, I want to recognize the importance of preventing these unfortunate and untimely deaths in the first place. And as a result of a lot of hard work, I want to basically bring forward a woman who I've known as long as I can remember, Miss Maddie Scott. Please come forward, a fierce leader to prevent gun violence here in our city. Miss Scott. Maddie Scott is the president of the Brady Campaign to Prevent Gun Violence, the San Francisco chapter. She's also executive director of Healing for Our Families and Our Nation, and she's chapter leader of the San Francisco's Mother in Charge. And she is the founder of the Healing Circle, which has done so much to uplift so many members of our community who have lost loved ones. But more importantly, Maddie is a mother who lost her son to gun violence, a mother who turned her grief and her pain into meaningful action, a mother who is giving a voice to the victims of this sad epidemic in our community. She has organized gun buybacks in City Hall with United Players to take hundreds of guns off the streets. She's also worked with the Board of Education to pass a resolution calling for the school district to support gun control policies and communicate information about gun buyback events and gun safety practices with families, and expand upon lessons in the classroom around violence prevention. Every year on the anniversary of the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting in Connecticut, she works with other organizations in the city to raise awareness about gun violence and to remember the lives that we've lost over the years to gun violence. She also organizes during Mother's Day, where she brings those mothers together for healing, for prayer, for support, for love, for comfort. This is hard work. This is emotional work. And Maddie is doing this work with grace and zeal. She is a tireless, selfless leader, and I am proud to honor her today for always being on the front lines every time there is, sadly, a loss of life in our community. Maddie is the first person who I call, and oftentimes the first person there with the mother and the family, praying, supporting, encouraging, lifting them up. As I had said before, unfortunately, in this chamber about the fact that in our community we have experienced far too much loss to gun violence. And sometimes we get so caught up in our grief that we forget, as Sean Richard would say of Brothers Against Guns, we forget to honor the living. We forget to honor those who continue to support us, those who continue to lift us up. And today, for your love, for your courage, for your inspiration, for all that you continue to do and have done for over 20 years in our community, Miss Maddie Scott, on behalf of the City and County of San Francisco, we commend you. And with that, I'd like to recognize my colleagues who'd like to say a few words as well. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Maddie Scott.
Good afternoon.
I think this commendation is long overdue. You've been a tremendous leader of helping mothers who have lost their children and who are grieving, helping them heal. I admire you, and I have a tremendous amount of respect for you, the work that you've done and will continue to do. We haven't seen eye to eye all the time, but I think that's normal. I think that there's certainly room in the community that, to embrace you and to uplift you and to celebrate you. The work that you do, I find that most people don't want to do because that's the hard work. It's hard to console a grieving mother after the funeral has come and gone, 6 months, a year after, and to help build not only the community but families and help them put their lives back together. There's a saying that sometimes even the healers need to be healed, and we recognize you as a healer in our community, and hopefully you'll find some solace and some healing aspect into this commendation that we're presenting to you today. It's a beautiful honor. You're a beautiful person, a beautiful human being with a heart of gold, and I am so grateful to know you and to support your work. And I also want to recognize the legions of other women who may not stand in this chamber, sit in this chamber today, but they stand with you. And you are often the strength and the spine and the backbone when many people don't have the courage to stand up for themselves. So for you and your team of volunteers, I just want to say thank you. It means a great deal to have you be a part of this this work, and I know it's not easy. I know it's not easy. I know you wear the pain on your sleeve every day, but we wanted just to recognize you and uplift you and give voice to the work that you're doing and the work that you will continue to do, and we thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank you for this recognition of Ms. Scott. I'm simply going to say that I think the City and County of San Francisco has a great deal of gratitude and owes you a huge debt, not only to you, but to all the mothers of victims of violence who remind us every day of the need to do something about this crisis. And I just want to say that I know that I'm a better person, I'm a better legislator because of the fact that I have gotten to know you and so many of the other mothers, and I just want to thank you for the dignity, the grace, and the class with which you approach this very difficult subject. Greatly, greatly deserved. God bless.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. Supervisor Kim.
Ms. Scott, it's really great that we as a board can honor you here today for your over decade of work, both in violence prevention but also in supporting families who have experienced violence in their lives. I first met you in 2005 when we worked on Proposition A,
Yes.
a set-aside to invest in violence prevention in our city after we had experienced a high of 96 homicides in the previous years. And this was the community response in saying enough is enough. We actually need to put our money where our mouths are and actually invest in programs that will systematically counter the violence that we are experiencing in our communities. And even when that violence is isolated in certain neighborhoods, it impacts everyone in San Francisco. But not everyone is able to give it voice because it is actually one of the most difficult areas to work in the arena of public service. It is emotionally exhausting and drawing. And for those that continue to do that every day and to re-experience the trauma, the emotional loss with all of the mothers and families when it is not necessarily your own family is a tremendous service and also sacrifice on behalf of our community. So thank you for doing this work as long as you have. It is not easy to do, but it is so needed. And thank you for continuing to be a voice around this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. Ms. Scott, it's been 10 years since I've known you and worked with you. you were part of helping to draft the violence prevention set-aside that we passed at the Board of Supervisors 2006. Before I was on the board, actually, I think it was the only set-aside that Supervisor Peskin ever supported was that one. And so that wasn't easy to get his vote, but I think the example of the bleeding that's been going on in our communities, and in yours in particular, in 95, we had scores of homicides in the Western Addition, and then 96 again, and it was really showed that we needed to do something. And the answer wasn't, we wanted to have effective law enforcement, but the answer wasn't more police officers. It was really trying to get at the root causes. And part of that as well was the mental health services and the mutual support that helps families to bear the heavy burden of losing loved ones to violence. And that's what you brought together. And I just want to thank you for giving your heart the way you have, because you've given your heart after your heart was torn by loss. And that is giving above and beyond what anyone can give. And so I know it's taken a toll on you, but you're standing here before us with a packed room that has a lot of love for you, for your service. So I just want to say thank you, and I really appreciate that President Breed has brought this commendation before us today, and honor you here in this room.
Thank you. Ms. Scott, again, for everything that you continue to do to support others and lift one another, lift others up. We are here to say we lift you up today. We are thankful. We thank God for you, for the love and the inspiration that you continue to provide to so many people. I'm just so honored to know you, and just grateful for all that you've done for the city and county of San Francisco.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'm just really lost for words right now, but President Breed and Supervisor Cohen and all of you, I just want to say I don't do this work alone. Can't do this work by yourself. You need others to help you. And I just want to give honor to God, who gives me the strength to do this work. Doing that, this is Resurrection Week and this is Easter week. He rose because they beat him up. They crucified him. He did nothing but try to help other people. And he just didn't die for black folks, white folks, LGBT, or our children. He died for all of us. He died for all of us, and he rose. And because he gave me that gift, because I was on a path of destruction, I was angry, I was mad, drugged out, alcoholed out, just angry. And God gave me a gift to see my son cross over. And because of that gift, I promise him, I don't care who talk about me, who do whatever they want to me, I don't care. I will do this work for that mother to get her off that sofa. I will do this work to keep that young man from picking up that gun. I will do this work for those coming out of prison and those in foster care. I will do this work, I don't care, until I take the last breath of my body. My grandson stands here today. He was 1.5 years when his dad was killed 19 years ago. It'll be 20 years this year. And I'm glad he served on the Youth Commission, and we helped raise him right to do the right thing. And I'm proud of that. I'm proud to stand before you because Coletta Jackson Lane, my colleague, is in the audience. And her mother, Alma Jackson Lane, kept our doors open. She kept Healing for Our Families in Our Nation doors open when all hell broke loose and I wanted to give up and quit. I thank God for Dorothy Johnson Spite, Mothers in Charge. I thank God for the prayers of the pastors and the United Players and Sean Richards and Reverend Brown and all the others, and Ken Johnson for keeping the camera on us. I thank God for each and every one of you for passing legislation, for hearing our voices to get this amendment passed for this $250,000 reward money to help somebody to come in so that they could give the right information to help get a murderer off the street and then to rehabilitate that person. I thank God. I thank God for Elizabeth Torres, Gloria Rice, and all these other mothers and fathers, and Harold Gaines, who lost 2 sons, and Maggie Lord, who lost 3 sons, and Paulette Brown, whose son was shot 37 times in front of her house, and Sala here, and all the other mothers, and Vivian, and Sharon Hewitt. The list goes on, mothers and fathers. I stand here before you as a servant of God to do this work, to make our city and county of San Francisco a better place, to get guns off our street, to educate our children, to provide opportunities for our loved ones, and that everybody will have affordable housing, and everybody would have a job, and then we could see the violence stop. Each one must reach one and teach one. It's about all of us and none of us. I love all of you, and God bless you, and thank you for this honor.
Thank you. Congratulations, Ms. Brown. Well deserved. That concludes our commendations. Madam Clerk, if you can please call items 4 and 5 together.
Items 4 and 5 are 2 ordinances that pertain to the San Francisco Super Bowl 50. Item 4 is an ordinance to amend the administrative code to establish the San Francisco Super Bowl 50 Impact Fund to be used to provide financial support to small businesses specifically impacted by the Super Bowl-related events. And item 5, ordinance appropriating $100,000 from the general fund reserve to fund the Super Bowl 50 Impact Fund in 2015-16.
Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, last week we held a hearing in the Budget and Finance Committee with regard to these 2 ordinances. The first ordinance creates a Super Bowl 50 Impact Fund. The second ordinance puts $100,000 into that fund specifically for those individuals who I believe the city has a direct moral responsibility for, namely the 116 street artists and the other DPW valid licensees and permittees, be they food cart vendors, shoe shine people, who were displaced for a period of up to 24 days where they make their living day in and day out. This offers them really a very small modicum of support of $600 per valid claimant, not to exceed $100,000. Item number 4 also allows for other sources of revenue to the fund, be it contributions from the host committee, if it is so willing, from the National Football League, should it desire, or if revenues from the Super Bowl 50 related events exceed expenses as determined by the controller, this board could choose to appropriate additional funds to the fund. But at this point, it is really about showing that San Francisco is the city that knows how to take care of our own tenants, those 116 street artists who had already lost over 8 days to rain, some of whom we heard from in committee who had very compelling and moving testimony. This $600 is the difference for many of them to be able to pay their rent, some of them in SROs, some of them who have come out of homelessness, and I commend these ordinances to you and hope that you will support them.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you, President Breed. Through the chair, with all due respect, I'd like to direct my comments, my questions to Supervisor Peskin. I wasn't able to listen to the entire testimony last week in the Budget Committee, but I wanted to ask, how did you come to $100,000?
Supervisor Peskin?
Thank you. Through the President to Supervisor Cohen. So we met with Tom DeCaney, who is here today from the Arts Commission. We also met with representatives of the Department of Public Works. We thought that was the lowest amount to give some immediate relief to the universe of people who are directly impacted by the city's actions. There was testimony in committee from others as far away as the Castro and Fisherman's Wharf, who were not our permittees, who did speak to negative financial impacts. If there are sufficient funds, we can address those other companies and individuals, but we came to that after discussions with the Arts Commission, looking at the universe of primarily the street artists who have been our permittees and have worked there for decades, and that's how we came to that figure.
Thank you. You said something really interesting that strikes me. You talked about looking at the universe of permittees. How do you identify this universe, and how do we honor those that were adversely affected and weed out, I guess, those that are not really on the area?
So there are 116 street artist stalls under the Arts Commission Street Artist Program in that location. In meeting, and we can hear from Tom DeCaney, but in meeting with the Arts Commission, they know who those individuals are under the program. Any application that is submitted would be reviewed by the Arts Commission and the Controller's Office, and I want to thank Ben Rosenfield for being willing to administer this program. As to the DPW licensees and permittees, those were numbers that were furnished to us by the Department of Public Works.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Supervisor Peskin, I think this is a really good idea. I'm excited, and I will be supporting this items 4 and 5. Thank you for taking the time to answer my questions.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you. Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you very much, Madam President. We had a long discussion about this in committee, and Supervisor Peskin made some amendments that somewhat narrowed the scope in terms of who was really going to be eligible for these funds, and it is I think it's a challenging issue in a lot of ways in terms of how to approach this kind of issue, and of course this could have been negotiated as part of the host committee agreement in terms of compensation for specific merchants who were being displaced. But my concern here, and why I will not be able to support this legislation and appropriation today, is that it does really narrow it down to one class of merchants. And that was, Supervisor Peskin was very transparent in terms of his amendments in committee. The original language was much broader and would have allowed various merchants, including, for example, merchants in the Castro, to which the F market was cut off, which negatively impacted their business over the duration of that change to the F market. The original legislation would have allowed, I think, broader access. The amendments in committee really narrow it down and give full priority to the vendors at Justin Herman Plaza, and if they all submit for their $600, which presumably, if not all of them, the bulk of them will, that accounts for more than $100,000, so there would be no access for any other merchants. And so while I completely understand and respect the thinking behind that, I'm not in any way critical of the motives or the tactics of the author. It does leave me feeling uneasy about the legislation, particularly given that I have a particular set of merchants in my district who weren't just sort of theoretically impacted, who literally had a major tourist muni line, the F market, cut off, and they all saw a noticeable drop in business over the course of the Super Bowl period. So I will not be supporting this legislation today.
Thank you, Supervisor Wiener. Supervisor Tang.
Thank you. So as I said in Budget Committee, I fully understand the difficulties that the street artists face, and I highly respect them and have always, since I was younger, did my best to support them as well. And so I had asked the Arts Commission at Budget Committee kind of what was done before the event had occurred and what sort of outreach happened. And so I'm wondering if for the purposes of our full board meeting, and I see Director DeCaney here as well from the Arts Commission, if you can just shed light on what outreach was done prior to the event to ensure that as many people as possible were not displaced from their locations.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. Good afternoon, Supervisors. Tom DeCaney, Director of Cultural Affairs at the San Francisco Arts Commission. As I reported at last week's Budget and Finance Committee, the Arts Commission first discussed the potential impacts of Super Bowl 50 on the street artist stalls in Justin Herman Plaza at a Street Artist Committee hearing on November 4th of 2015. At that time, our commissioners discussed the potential impact of the Super Bowl dates in January that would potentially displace those artist stalls. We were still at that time negotiating alternative spaces with the Super Bowl host committee. In the end, we were able to allocate 10 new additional spaces near Super Bowl City, not directly within the confines of the city, but between Super Bowl City and the NFL Experience along Market Street. On January 4th, the Arts Commission sent a memo to all current street artist license holders, informing them that the Justin Herman Plaza would be occupied by Super Bowl City, and that during that period, license holders would not be able to sell in the plaza as well on Market Street between Stewart and Drum Streets. That's at the time when we notified street artists they could apply for those 10 additional spaces. By legislation, the street artist program requires a daily lottery, so no artist is guaranteed a daily location. They actually show up to 3 different lotteries in the city run by volunteers to actually draw their spaces for the day. That ensures a diversity of opportunities for artists on any given day to access those prime locations throughout the city, legislated by the board, as well as those located in Justin Herman Plaza under the jurisdiction of the Recreation and Parks Department. So the 10 spaces we negotiated with the Super Bowl host committee would enable artists to participate in Super Bowl week in the additional foot traffic, and those spaces were located on Market Street between 3rd and 4th Streets, and they are in addition to the additional approximately 100 spots that are regularly available on Market between 1st and 5th Streets.
And in terms of this fund, then, I don't know if this question would be directed to the author or to you, but in administering the funds, what if someone, for example, was given this option of going to the alternative spaces, but maybe on their own will decided not to? Would they qualify for the funding?
We've been in conversation with the Controller's Office and with Supervisor Peskin's office to determine the best way to administer a potential fund. We are currently surveyed our street artists for those who could make a claim that they were displaced during that time. We've had approximately 150 respondents, and we're doing other data collection to determine which street artists typically would occupy a space in Justin Herman Plaza by looking back at historical data as well as current trends on the plaza. We're still working to finalize the most appropriate, fair, and transparent way to administer the fund, but we would imagine we would consider applications from potential street artists who would make a claim, and our advisory panel or our street arts committee of the commission would review those claims to award an allocation as deemed appropriate based on the board's designation.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. And again, I still don't feel comfortable supporting the fund or the allocation, but again, not because I do not respect the street artists and what they had to endure during this time, but there are a couple of outstanding issues for me. I think one is that, perhaps another underlying issue that we could tackle another time, but just the fact that there is no kind of guaranteed space for these street artists and that they have to go through a lottery each time, I think is really challenging for them. So it's really hard to say that it was solely because of the Super Bowl event or if it was because of, the lottery system. I think that secondly, we haven't even had the report that is coming out, I think, from the Controller's Office about the economic generation that this event, I think some of us anticipate that there was economic generation from all of the Super Bowl festivities and what that would mean in terms of the city's bottom line and what we had expended. And I know there were a lot of concerns about that. But also, lastly, I think that my preference is that we work to address these issues before the event had occurred. And so I know there may be some disagreement about that, but that's just how I feel, is that we should make sure to take care of the street artists, make it as part of the negotiations when the events were coming to San Francisco. So at this time, I don't feel comfortable supporting those two items, but I hope that in the future we can sort out things beforehand in agreements to prevent the displacement of these street artists.
Thank you, Supervisor Tang. Supervisor Yee.
Thank you, President Bree. Yes, I agree with Supervisor Tang that we should have taken care of this beforehand, like a lot of things we're supposed to be doing, and the fact is we didn't take care of it, and I don't think we should walk away from it personally. I just want to say that for the audience that's listening, that didn't listen to the Budget Committee, that we're really only talking $600-something per person. We're not talking like somebody's going to get rich over this. But this $600-something means a lot for these street artists. It could be half the rent, and we need to just support them before they all leave San Francisco.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to, through the chair, address the statements of Supervisor Tang. I completely agree with Supervisors Tang and Yee that the board should have anticipated, and the mayor's office should have anticipated, and the department should have anticipated the impacts to our own tenants, as well as the impacts to other businesses in the area. But the fact that they were not anticipated, the fact that this body did not require some payments to individuals who had been displaced, who, by the way, historically, when they've been displaced by films, have received $200 a day. That has been the Arts Commission's practice. But the reality is, when there is an oversight, or if I may be more frank, a mistake, it's not too late for us to fix it now. And let me say, in an environment where the arts and artists and small businesses are finding it so difficult to survive, much less thrive in San Francisco, this $600 is a symbolic payment. Many of them lost much, much more. You've seen the emails that we've all gotten in the last several days. Much more than $600. As a matter of fact, one individual sent us an email saying that $600 was an insult for what she had lost in that 24 days. But I think it shows that this city cares. At least symbolically, it shows that we care. And if for no other reason, please vote for items 4 and 5 for those reasons.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Roll call vote.
On items 4 and 5, Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Kim.
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
No.
Tang, no. Supervisor Wiener.
No.
Wiener, no. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. There are 8 ayes and 2 noes, with Supervisors Tang and Wiener in the dissent.
The ordinance passes on the first reading. Madam Clerk, can you call items 6 through 11?
Item 6 is an ordinance to appropriate approximately $46.5 million of 2011 general obligation bond proceeds and approximately $2.3 million of accumulated bond interest earnings to the Department of Public Works and the Municipal Transportation Agency for street resurfacing, the redesign of streetscapes in 2015-16. Item 7, ordinance to appropriate approximately $29.7 million of 2016 series earthquake safety and emergency response general obligation bond proceeds and accumulated bond interest to Public Works in 2015-16 for the necessary repairs and seismic improvements. Item 8, ordinance to appropriate approximately $111 million of 2016 series earthquake safety and emergency response obligation general obligation bond proceeds to the Department of Public Works in fiscal years 2015 through 16 for necessary repairs and seismic improvements. Item 9, resolution to authorize and direct the sale of not to exceed approximately $25.2 million of aggregate principal amount of city's general obligation bonds, earthquake safety and emergency response bonds 2010. Item 10 is a resolution to authorize and direct the sale of not to exceed approximately $111 million of the city's general obligation bond series 2016D. And item 11 is a resolution to authorize and direct the sale of a not to exceed approximately $44.1 million of general obligation bonds for road repaving and street safety in 2011.
Thank you. Madam, seeing no names on the roster, for items 6 through 11, can you please call the roll?
On items 6 through 11, Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen? Cohen, aye. Supervisor Kim? Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener?
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos?
Aye.
Avalos, aye. There are 10 ayes.
The ordinance passes on the first reading and resolutions are adopted unanimously. Item 12, please.
Item 12 is a resolution to retroactively authorize the Children and Families Commission to accept and expend a grant in the amount of approximately $2.6 million from the California Department of Education through the San Francisco Unified School District to support a state preschool quality rating and improvement system through June 30th, 2016.
Colleagues, can we take this item, same house, same call? Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Next item, please.
Item 13, resolution to authorize the controller to enter into the 10th Amendment of a software license and support agreement with Oracle America, Inc. for perpetual software licenses and software support services for the controller's eMERGE project, extending the contract term through April 22, 2021, and increasing the maximum expenditure to approximately $14.3 million.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Next item, please.
Item 14, ordinance to amend the administrative code to establish the San Francisco Homicide Reward Fund.
President Breed.
Thank you, colleagues. I'll be brief, but I know we have a number of members of the audience who have been waiting for this item to pass. This legislation creates a permanent city reward fund to compensate those who provide information leading to an arrest and conviction in an unsolved murder case in San Francisco. In the past 6 years, San Francisco has averaged about 50 homicides per year. Each one is tragic. Each one is a loss of a son, a sister, a father, or a friend. And each one should have never happened. And each one deserves our every effort to bring justice. The city has at times offered rewards in specific cases, but it's done so on an ad hoc basis, and there's no specific way or process determining how this should be done. And my legislation creates a permanent fund for rewards for up to $250,000 to help solve and prosecute these unsolved murder cases. And this legislation was brought about because of the persistence of mothers like Sala who continue to ask for justice and a reward and support for her son. In the case of this reward, it's limited to those cases that have gone unsolved and in which the police have exhausted all levels of their investigation, and which the chief of police has determined that public assistance and a reward is necessary. The recipient of the reward cannot have been involved in the crime. The reward fund is open to annual budget appropriations by the mayor and the board of supervisors, with money from previous years carrying forward, and the fund can also accept donations. All in all, this will require a small amount of taxpayer money because thankfully we're talking about a small number of cases. But in those cases, this reward can make the world of difference, and in those cases, we should be doing everything we can. I want to thank the police department for their assistance, our Deputy City Attorney, Tom Owen. I want to thank the mothers who continue to hold us accountable. Thank you to Paulette. Thank you to Sala. Thank you to Miss Maddie Scott and Carletta. And thank you to Sean Richard, who is also on the front line with Brothers Against Guns. I want to also thank my co-sponsors, Supervisor Malia Cohen, Supervisor Aaron Peskin, and Supervisor Norman Yee. And with that, colleagues, I ask for your support.
Colleagues, any other comments? Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you. I was struggling to get on there. I thank you, President Breed, for bringing this piece of legislation. I think it's been a long time. We've had Paulette Brown in the chamber for years, at least the 6 years that I've been here on the board, and I think the 5 that you've been here, asking and pleading for this type of reward to happen. I'm glad that we have the courage to do that. Colleagues, I'm anticipating a unanimous support in this vote, and I just want to commend and recognize President Breed for her leadership in bringing an important measure to our attention and giving it voice to those folks that, again, don't have a voice and that are not in the chamber advocating on their own behalf.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen, and thank you again, colleagues. Can we take this item, same house, same call? Without objection, the ordinance passes unanimously on the first reading. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Item 15 is an ordinance to amend the Public Works Code to clarify that prohibited graffiti extends to all public property, including all city assets, and to establish expedited notice and hearing procedures, create administrative penalties for an offending party, and renumber code sections and affirm the Planning Department CEQA determination.
Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, this is legislation that would help abate the problem of guerrilla corporate graffiti marketing. Apparently, folks have not gotten the message out there, whether it's NBC, Universal. Last night I was out with a PUC enforcement crew, and there's more of this stuff on the sidewalks of District 3. So we really need this kind of legislation. I want to thank the city attorney for his collaboration, the deputy city attorney for drafting it. Also, I was approached by the Public Utilities Commission last week with respect to a public education campaign that they want to implement that uses sidewalk logos to dissuade the public from dumping oil and chemicals into our sewers. The intent is to identify a range of city-sanctioned exemptions from the strengthened ordinance to provide more clarity with respect to defining for the general public what street marking is acceptable and what is not. So in light of this, I offer the following non-substantive amendment on page 4, line 20, which would add a subsection 3 to read, or any painting or marking that a city department makes in the course of its official duties or as part of a public education campaign, or subsection 4, any painting or marking required for compliance with any local, state, or federal law. So I'd like to make that motion to amend the subject ordinance.
Supervisor Peskin has made a motion to amend, seconded by Supervisor Cohen. Colleagues, can we take the amendment without objection? Without objection, the amendment passes. And colleagues, can we take the item as amended? Same house, same call. Without objection, the ordinance passes unanimously as amended on the first reading. Madam Clerk, please call 16 and 17 together.
Item 16 is a resolution to receive and approve the annual report for the Noe Valley Community Benefit District for 2014 and 15. Item 17 is a resolution to receive and approve the annual report for the Castro Upper Market Community Benefit District for 2014 through 15.
Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say how grateful I am to the Castro Upper Market Community Benefit District and to the Noe Valley Association, which is the community benefit district in Noe Valley, for the incredible and often thankless work that they do to improve these two neighborhoods in the district I represent. They are really the unsung heroes who help keep these neighborhoods clean and safe, and really do spearhead a lot of the work to beautify them. Both of these organizations are essential collaborators with my office in terms of the work that we need to get done in the neighborhoods and us supporting their efforts. I want to call out particularly the Castro Upper Market Community Benefit District. The Castro is, shall we say, a very active neighborhood. There's a lot going on, and keeping that neighborhood clean is a 24/7, 365-day-a-year challenge, and the CBD works very, very hard to do that, and so I just want to thank both organizations.
Thank you, Supervisor Wiener. Colleagues, can we take those items, same house, same call? Without objection, the resolutions are adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, can we call item number 18?
Item 18 is a resolution to determine that the issuance of a Type 42 on-sale beer and wine license to Eben R. Marsh for Nighthawks doing business as Pinot's Palais, located at 1981 Sutter Street, will serve the public convenience.
Colleagues, can we take this item, same house, same call? Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Item 19.
Item 19 is a resolution to determine that the issuance of a Type 64 General Theater license to Gray Area Foundation for the Arts, doing business as Gray Area, located at 2665 Mission Street, will serve the public convenience.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Next item, please.
Item 20, motion to confirm the reappointments of Nadia Sesse and Olson Lee to the Redevelopment Successor Agency Oversight Board, terms ending January 24th, 2020.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the motion is approved unanimously. Next item.
Item 21, motion to reappoint Candace Wong to the Child Care Planning and Advisory Council, term ending March 19th, 2018.
Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President, colleagues. I want to thank Candace Wong for not only sitting here patiently throughout this meeting, but for sitting patiently and serving the CPAC for the last dozen years. I think I presided over her original appointment. She grew up in District 3, and her work to obtain infant toddler subsidies and workforce benefits and expansion of child care facilities has been exemplary. I am delighted that she is willing to continue to advocate for our early child care providers and the clients and families that they serve. So I commend Candace for doing it and commend her to all of you. Thank you, Ms. Wong.
Thank you. Supervisor Yee.
I also want to lend some good words to Candace Wong. She's somebody that I know very, very well. Her and I actually worked in the same organization, Wu Yi Children's Services, for many years as we built and grew the organization to serve not only the Chinatown and Tenderloin community, but beyond that and citywide. She knows a lot about early education, and she's just a perfect person to be a part of CPAC. And I'm really glad that she's willing to continue serving on it because it is very time-consuming. I hope you all support her.
Thank you. Colleagues, can we take this item, same house, same call? Without objection, the motion is approved unanimously. Item 22.
Item 22 is a motion appointing Priti Rain, residency requirement waived, to the Food Security Task Force for an indefinite term.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the motion is approved unanimously. All right, let's get to roll call for introductions.
Supervisor Campos is first supervisor to introduce new business.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, recently there have been a variety of serious food and worker safety incidents, as well as a range of sexual, racial, and gender harassment complaints that have been levied against Taylor Farms Pacific. In addition, Region 32 of the National Labor Relations Board has found credible evidence of nearly 60 serious violations of law involving threats, intimidation, and the termination of Taylor Farm workers for exercising their fundamental right to seek union representation. Given these disturbing practices of Taylor Farms Pacific, today I am calling for a hearing to inquire whether the City and County of San Francisco currently sources any products produced by Taylor Farms or its subsidiaries. If the City and County of San Francisco does source products from this company, I want to know what alternative sources we may have in terms of purchasing these products. Please include in this hearing any items that might be purchased directly or indirectly through other suppliers. If necessary, prior to this hearing, we want to know whether vendors that may be sourcing products through Taylor Farms are doing any business with the city. I am requesting this hearing be assigned to the Public Safety and Neighborhood Services Committee. We, as San Franciscans, have a long history of making sure that we stand up against this kind of injustice. And this hearing is about ensuring that we're not doing business with any company that engages in that kind of unfair, illegal activity. The second item is a follow-up item to an ordinance that I introduced a couple of weeks ago. I introduced an ordinance declaring a state of emergency on the issue of homelessness. Colleagues, today I'm introducing legislation that follows up on that issue. Homeless people in the city and county of San Francisco are suffering. The residents of the city and county of San Francisco, including residents of my district, District 9, are bearing the brunt of this crisis. We believe that we have reached a state of emergency in this city around the issue of homelessness. And today I'm introducing an ordinance that calls and outlines a timeline for the opening of additional navigation centers. This legislation takes the next step. The ordinance that I'm introducing requires that the executive branch of this government build 6 additional navigation centers within the next 12 months. The first 3 of these centers must be built within the next 4 months. And I want to thank Supervisors Avalos and Marr for their co-sponsorship of this item. As many of you know, the navigation center that first opened and the only center that remains open in this city was open by my office, working with the Hope office and the mayor's office in March of last year. That navigation center has been a success and presents a model for addressing the encampments that have been springing up throughout the city. The time to expand a model that has worked is now. My legislation requiring the city to build navigation centers calls upon the city to use proven, effective, and humane methods to specifically address the proliferation of street encampments throughout the city. This is a critical step in addressing a key part of the homelessness crisis and complements other efforts in the form of shelters and drop-in centers. We wanted to make sure that we were careful to define what a navigation center looks like. We define navigation centers in the legislation based on what we have seen works. Navigation centers are temporary, low barrier to entry shelters that through case management and social service programs aid in moving homeless people off the streets, out of encampments, and into permanent housing or transitional housing that eventually leads to permanent housing. These navigation centers offer comprehensive health, mental health, and other services to homeless people, including case management, social service programs, and the integration of other relevant city services. In my legislation, I specify that one of these centers shall be a managed alcohol shelter that will allow residents to consume alcohol within the facility and will provide those residents with alcohol treatment and supportive shelter services. The legislation will also calls that one of the navigation centers focus on the needs of transitional age youth, age 18 to 29, who experience long-term street homelessness. Additionally, it calls that one of the navigation centers explore the possibility of placing a safe injection site, a successful public health model that is used in other countries, in actually 66 cities around the world. A supervised injection site would allow residents to engage in medically supervised drug use within that facility, and which would provide those residents with detoxification and substance abuse treatment services.
Navigation centers are temporary facilities. My legislation specifies that once open, navigation centers shall operate on a specific site for no more than 2 years without the approval of an extension by resolution of the Board of Supervisors. This legislation, and this is very important, also requires community input, a community process, whereby after identifying a site where a navigation center could be located, but before opening that navigation center, the city administrator and the member of the Board of Supervisors who represents the district where that navigation center could be placed must seek input from that community before the opening of that navigation center. My legislation also specifies that the city shall give first priority to unused or vacant sites owned or controlled by the city and county of San Francisco. Second priority should go to sites owned or controlled by the city that are being used for other purposes but could feasibly be converted to a navigation center. Third priority goes to private property or property owned by other non-city public agencies that could be leased or acquired by the city. The legislation requires that the city administrator and the mayor's office of Hope provide the board with an implementation and funding plan for navigation centers within 30 days after passage of the ordinance. And finally, the legislation requires that the Office of Hope, the city administrator, and the mayor's office of housing present the Board of Supervisors with a housing exit plan within 3 months of a navigation center opening. This ensures regular turnover of those residents. This housing exit plan shall include stable housing options, including but not limited to SRO beds, supportive housing, public housing, and below-market housing. This housing exit plan may include transitional or temporary housing, but should be part of a long-term housing strategy. Colleagues, as much as some may be unwilling to admit it, we have a crisis in our hands. And if the executive branch of this government is not able or willing to respond to this, what's happening as a crisis, then it is the responsibility of our legislative branch and for us as members of this branch to intervene. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, today I, along with President Breed, I'm introducing an in memoriam to commemorate and celebrate the passing of one of our city's great pioneers, Mr. Welton Flynn. For those of you who may not know, Welton Flynn was San Francisco's first African-American commissioner appointed in 1970 and served longer than any other commissioner in San Francisco's history. Mr. Flynn served on various bodies governing Muni for over 30 years. And it's under his tenure that he led efforts to increase inclusion and diversity at MTA. This includes hiring the agency's first African-American director. He helped establish the Minority and Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program. He improved Muni services to the African-American community as well as other communities of color. He helped shape Muni's capital program, which also includes the restoration of our historic cable cars and the construction of our subway system that we use today. He also worked to establish the very popular paratransit system program that many of our seniors depend on every day. Mr. Flynn was one of the first African Americans appointed to the Public Utilities Commission. Mr. Flynn was recognized by the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, elected into the American Public Transportation Association Hall of Fame, and has received numerous awards and commendations from the National Organization of Minority Architects and the San Francisco Black Chamber of Commerce. Now, some of us forget that there was a time in the city when, as an employer, the city as an employer it was acceptable if they were not inclusive. And there was a time when city jobs were rarely filled by African Americans and people of color. We've come a long way, but there's still work that needs to be done. And also, let's remember that we owe Mr. Flynn because he made it possible for city contracts to be awarded to people of color and small business owners. Welton Flynn is one of the individuals who helped change the narrative for many people in this city. We sit in this board's chamber every week and we debate the merits of a particular contract proposal and the importance of our city's openness and tolerance to all communities. But it is because of people like Welton Flynn that we have those conversations. Now, without the dedication and leadership of individuals like Mr. Flynn, San Francisco would not be the inclusive, diverse city that we all love and we celebrate today. His commitment and dedication to the city and to public service is unmatched, and with that, he will truly be missed. So, colleagues, I'd like to close this board meeting in honor of his memory and the legacy that he leaves behind. Madam President, if it's possible, we could close the board meeting out in honor of Mr. Welton Flynn's memory.
On behalf of the entire board?
Yes, ma'am.
Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, the meeting will be adjourned on behalf of the entire board.
Thank you. And I just want to speak a moment to the residents of District 10, particularly the Bayview community that are in the chamber today and that are at home possibly watching this broadcast. Many of you have brought to my attention concerns that you have about a story that NBC 11 recently ran on March 10th, talking about a whistleblower's account on the toxic chemicals that are in the ground that still are in the Bayview Hunters Point neighborhood. I just wanted to let you know that I've reached out to the EPA, DPH, as well as the California Department of Public Health and Tetra to begin to investigate many of these allegations that I do take very seriously, and will continue to proceed down the path to try to get down to the bottom of where the truth is. I want to recognize Mr. Charlie Walker specifically for taking time to share with me some of the many conversations that he has had personally with constituents. Madam President, the rest I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen. Supervisor Kim.
Submit.
Okay. Supervisor Marr.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'm introducing a resolution in support of the California Faculty Association, which represents faculty across the California State University system throughout our state. 26,000 California State University faculty, including lecturers, counselors, coaches, and librarians, are poised to strike across 23 campuses on April 13th if they do not receive their demands of minor salary increase for 2 years of their contract. The California Faculty Association has been negotiating with CSU Chancellor Timothy White on this issue for over 2 years. I know how serious this is as a former California Faculty Association union member and teacher at SF State in the College of Ethnic Studies for over 16 years. Faculty working conditions are student learning conditions. I'll repeat that. Faculty working conditions are student learning conditions. The average faculty member earns $45,000 a year. The average faculty member of the CSU system earns $45,000 a year. This is because the majority are temporary low-wage lecturers like I was. CSU faculty have not received significant salary increases in nearly a decade. I remember at SF State when I taught in 2006, an 11% salary increase was canceled by management. In 2009, faculty were furloughed, resulting in a 9.3% pay cut. The $5 billion CSU budget statewide was increased by an additional $216 million. Also, faculty and staff believe that the money is there for the 5% increase that they have requested for year 2 of their contract. The faculty and staff believe that the chancellor's offer of 2% is insulting, especially coming from a man who's earning more than $430,000 a year, more than Governor Brown or President Obama. So I urge support for that resolution when it comes up. Also, I wanted to close the meeting in memoriam for a chef from the Inner Richmond District, Chef James Kim from Balboa Sushi House on Balboa and Fifth Avenue. It was a restaurant I went to from around the corner of my house in the Inner Richmond for years. Chef James Kim, who along with his wife Annie Kim ran an extremely popular little tiny restaurant on Balboa and Fifth. It felt like home with plants and art surrounding you, children's art all over the place. A lot of people that have written their condolences online in the Richmond SF blog commonly mentioned the warmth that they felt and how Annie and Chef James Kim made them feel like part of their family. The Balboa Sushi House was known as a unique place, but it's really the couple's radiant personalities that made everyone, including me, feel so welcome. With James Kim's passing, Balboa Sushi House will close its doors, unfortunately, leaving many of us with warm memories of a truly unique Richmond District space. We send our appreciation to Chef Kim and the Balboa Sushi House for the last 2 decades of serving the community, and our condolences and thanks to Annie Kim and her family. I wanted to give a special thank you to Sarah Bacon from the Richmond SF blog for sharing the sad news, but also allowing people to post the amazing memories that they've had of a great community institution. The rest I'll submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, colleagues. I can't think of a more fitting day, the day that we honored our Office of Labor Standards Enforcement and Ms. Donna Levitt to be introducing the resolution that I am about to introduce. And I want to thank the many co-sponsors, Supervisors Avalos, Breed, Campos, Cohen, Kim, Marr, Tang, and Wiener. This morning at 7:30, I had the privilege of joining some of our brothers and sisters from the Teamsters Joint Council 7 in an action on Market Street to promote honest, fair, and just labor conditions for the 80 drivers employed by Bowers Transportation, which until recently based their operations out of my district in the northeast corner of San Francisco. It is also only fitting that this is the approximate 1-year anniversary of the enactment of Supervisor Wiener's Resolution 96-15, which urged the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency to adopt broad labor harmony requirements as a condition of the SFMTA's commuter shuttle program process. Today, we are not here to argue about the commuter shuttle program. Today, we are actually here to stand with the working men and women of San Francisco fighting for the right to unionize, receive representation in an increasingly difficult job market, and to receive a decent rate of pay and decent benefits. The resolution that we are introducing urges the SFMTA and its board of directors to deny the commuter shuttle program permit application submitted by Bowers Transportation until such time as Bauer demonstrates full compliance with the labor harmony provisions in Supervisor Wiener's Resolution 96-15. And I note that many if not all of the other commuter shuttles have honored the House of Labor, whether it's Google or Facebook, but I do want to call out Cisco and Zynga and Electronic Arts and ask them to work with their service provider to bring them to the table. Finally, I would like to associate myself with the comments of Supervisor Cohen. I knew Welton Flynn very, very well. He was an exemplary public servant. I knew him in his capacity as a member of the MTA Commission. I know that if this resolution is passed by this board, Welton Flynn would have been the first person to stand up for the working men and women in the Teamsters, and I will submit the rest.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, today is World Water Day, if you do not know, a day of international observance and an opportunity to talk about water-related issues and the water challenges that we face, not just in California, but in many parts of the world for this precious resource. In that spirit, today I'm introducing legislation that will help us change how we think about how we use and how we conserve water by requiring water sub-metering to be installed in all new residential multi-unit buildings. In other words, a separate water meter in each unit in new multi-unit buildings instead of doing what we've always done, which is to have one unit for the entire building so that individual occupants have no idea how much water they're using. I want to thank Jeff Cretin in my office for his work moving this legislation forward. Currently, colleagues, we treat water very different than electricity, which is individually metered. A single water bill goes to the entire building. It is either just absorbed by an HOA or by a landlord, and building residents never see a bill, never know how much water they're using, never have any incentive to use less water. By contrast, when you think about how electricity is treated, typically a tenant or a condo owner will receive an individual electricity bill. So you know if you're overusing electricity, your bill is going to be higher, and you can have an incentive and information so that you can conserve. So we've developed a system where we treat water as an infinite resource and electricity as a scarce resource. Water is scarce. It's scarce in California, it's scarce in many places, but particularly here. And despite the rain we've had recently, we are still in a drought, and we do have a structural water shortage. We need to give people all the tools they need to conserve water. By requiring that each unit have a separate meter, individuals will know how much water they are using. They can make choices about conserving water, and they will have financial incentives to do so. This legislation will apply to all new buildings with 2 or more residential units. The legislation sets clear rules and regulations for how property owners or HOAs will be allowed to bill residents for water. The legislation contains strong protections for the rights of tenants, including establishing transparent and fair billing and noticing procedures, setting clear rules around liability when there are leaks or other service issues, and providing the right to appeal any disputes about meter readings. San Diego passed a sub-meter ordinance in 2010. For years, there have been attempts to get this legislation passed at the state level. In fact, I was prepared to introduce this legislation a year ago, and I held off because we were informed that it was very likely the state would pass the legislation. But once again, the state legislature failed to do so, so now we are moving forward locally in San Francisco. We have taken aggressive action here at the Board of Supervisors to address our water shortage. Last year, colleagues, thank you for passing legislation I authored to make San Francisco the first city in the country to require water recycling in new construction. This legislation will continue that effort by keeping San Francisco in the vanguard of smart and progressive water practices. And the rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Wiener. Supervisor Yee.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, today I'm going to be introducing legislation that will be part of a series of policies to encourage more family-friendly housing in San Francisco. Over the past year, I have been working with the Planning Department on developing a white paper and design guidelines for what family-friendly housing could look like. This has been a very robust and exciting discussion in which we are having while studying what is working in other cities in the Bay Area, nationwide, and internationally. We have to have a serious conversation now about what type of city we want to become. Already we have the sad distinction of being a city with the least number of children in any major city percentage-wise. However, that trend is reversing in certain bustling neighborhoods. The question is, will we be able to keep the families here? We are seeing families with children getting priced out, displaced, or for those that can afford to live here, they don't find that San Francisco is a place for them to thrive. I'm going to give you a perfect example of this, personal example. One of my daughters is going to have a baby soon. Yes, I'm going to be a granddad soon. And unfortunately, she's not being able to live in the city. She can't find anything. She can't find anything affordable. And I'm really sad to see that. And what we need then is to be much more aggressive about family housing. I recognize that there are a lot of factors that play into a family's decision to live somewhere, like schools, to transportation, to safety. However, I do realize that how we are designing and planning our city can play a major role in that decision. We are envisioning building a city with families with children of all ages, a city where we can make housing more family-friendly by design. In the coming several months, we will be working to change policies on zoning to promote family-friendly housing and engineering to focus on needs of families with children. We are also looking at policy changes with developers to incentivize building more housing designed for families at all income levels. For now, we have one simple fix that could encourage more family-sized housing. One of the issues developers brought to my attention was that the current unit mix in certain neighborhood plans was not conducive to building larger units with 2 and 3 bedrooms. Therefore, I am including a new option to allow for more flexibility to incentivize the building of more larger units. This is a small step toward a larger discussion to really change the culture of San Francisco. I'm hoping in the near future I'll be bringing up legislation that would talk about minimum size for family units, things like what kind of elements we'd like to see when we build buildings that are really considered family friendly. So I look forward to working with many of you to move this forward. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor.
I have to say one more thing. I'd like to, this is in regards to Supervisor Peskin's resolution. He named off a bunch of people that are co-authoring. I read it more carefully, and I would like to be listed as a co-author also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's the other Avalos.
Sorry. Thought I heard compost.
So, colleagues, it's been 7 years and a few months in office now, and lately it occurs to me what a long, strange trip it's been to serve on the Board of Supervisors. Case in point is the many years I've spent working on getting placed the Jerry Garcia plaques on Mission Street. But now we have an ordinance before us that would add 2 sites to the city's official map of commemorative street plaques. And these will be in the Excelsior District, which is Jerry Garcia's home neighborhood where he grew up as a child and teenager, and I couldn't think of a better time to do it in my last year in office. And so this is something that these plaques will be very welcomed by people in District 11 who take a lot of pride in the history of Jerry Garcia's presence in the neighborhood, in the Excelsior District neighborhood, and we see it as a start of other plaques that we could put in to commemorate our great history there. So that's one item I'll be submitting today, is substitute legislation that would have an ordinance to move forward with the commemorative plaque program in the Excelsior District. The next item I have is an update to the due process for all ordinance and the sanctuary city ordinance policy. Last year, with the way that immigration was politicized, especially after the tragic Kate Steinle killing by accidental killing of Kate Steinle by an immigrant. Our sanctuary city policies were under attack and questioned. Last year, the Board of Supervisors had passed a resolution that was setting forward that we do not want to see any diminishment or lessening of our sanctuary city policies. And today, I'm introducing an ordinance that would clarify what our policies will be, setting the due process for all ordinance as the standard for how local law enforcement will communicate with federal immigration officials. This legislation will affect both due process for all and sanctuary city policies, so it'll be seamless how these policies will be implemented. And overall, we want to make sure that local law enforcement is not taking part in the deportation business. That is a federal civil effort, not one that our local law enforcement should be involved in at the great detriment of trust between our communities and law enforcement. The rest I'll submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Avalos. And Madam President, I apologize. I should have called on you first.
Thank you. Not a problem, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, today I'd like to adjourn our meeting in the memory of two individuals. One is a community member in District 5 and the other a national leader. Miss Claudette Brown was born on May 12th, 1949 and raised in the Western Addition neighborhood. She passed away on Sunday, March 13th with her grandson, DeAnthony Jones, holding her hand. Not only was she very well educated academically, she was also street smart and very clever. Her children and grandchildren inherited her strong work ethic and leadership skills. She was also artistically talented and enjoyed freehand drawing and writing poetry. She was an extraordinary individual and a conqueror. Her friendliness and kindness to all people and her devotion to her family is a tribute to the beauty of her heart and her soul. Her inspiring presence will be deeply missed by those who had the privilege of knowing her. The second person I'd like to adjourn the meeting on behalf of, along with Supervisor Cohen, is Mr. Percy Pinckney. He was the state president of the Black American Political Association of California, and he passed away last Friday. Mr. Pinckney was born in McComb, Mississippi, and was a veteran of the U.S. Army. He earned his bachelor's degree at San Francisco State University and has earned his master's of social work degree from Lone Mountain College in San Francisco. He began his career as a social worker specializing in gang intervention and diversion programs for San Francisco's youth. In 1975, he served as a special assistant for Governor Jerry Brown and became the first African-American director of community relations before joining Senator Dianne Feinstein's staff in 1992, where he worked until he retired in 2014. In 1978, he founded the Black American Political Association of California, one of the largest political grassroots organizations with 55 chapters and over 60,000 members. Mr. Pinckney was a loyal friend, a family member, a distinguished leader, and a fierce advocate for social justice worldwide. His friendship was truly a special gift that touched the hearts of many lives and changed California for the better. He had an impact on every person he met. His contributions, his smile, his generous spirit, and loyalty will be sorely missed. He has joined his son, Percy Pinckney Jr., in rest, and he's survived by his wife, Grace, and his two sons, Corey and Darrell, and as well as many grandchildren. And colleagues, without objection, I would like to adjourn the meeting on behalf of the entire Board of Supervisors in Mr. Pinckney's honor. Without objection, we will do that on behalf of the entire board. And Madam Clerk, the rest I submit.
Thank you, Madam President. And now, Supervisor Campos.
Thank you. Now, my apologies. I misheard the name earlier. I simply ask that to my colleagues if we can adjourn the meeting on behalf of the entire board in memory of the tragedy that happened in Brussels, where we had more than 30 people that died in the latest terrorist act, and if we can do that in memory of those folks on behalf of the whole board.
Thank you. Colleagues, can we do that without objection? Without objection, the meeting will be adjourned on behalf of the entire board.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. And Madam President, that concludes the introduction of new business.
Thank you. And at this time, Madam Clerk, can you please read public comment?
The public may now address the entire Board of Supervisors for up to 2 minutes on items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Board, to include the items on the adoption without reference to committee calendar, items 25 through 30. Public comment is not allowed when an item has previously been subject to public comment at a Board committee. Pursuant to the Board's rules, direct your remarks to the Board as a whole and not to individual members of the Board nor to the audience. Speakers using translation assistance will be allowed twice the amount of time to testify, and if you would like to display your document on the overhead projector, please clearly state such to SFG TV and remove the document when you would like the screen to return to live coverage of the meeting.
Thank you. And colleagues, today we have some very special guests providing public comment to us. Some young ladies from Dance Mission. Welcome to the board chamber.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Grant, and I'm on the board of Dance Mission, and I'm also a parent of one of these lovely young ladies. I spoke last week at the Budget and Finance Committee, specifically in support of the Nonprofit Mitigation Fund being administered by the Northern California Community Loan Fund. And I mentioned while speaking that my daughter was actually home making brownies that she was selling, because each girl has made a commitment to raise $250 this month. And Supervisor Kim kindly, possibly off the cuff, not realizing I would take her seriously, said, bring my daughter and brownies back this week, and she would be happy to hear us. Dance Mission is located at 24th and Mission. We are in a historical building. Our landlord is basically refusing to play ball with us. He will not give us more than a 1-year lease. It's gone up by $44,000 in the last 2 years. He's unwilling. We've made an offer to buy the building. He basically is just freezing us out. So we unfortunately are starting to look at new options, which would be sad for us, for the community, and for the history of Dance Mission. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for all your past support, and I hope that we will have your continued support, and we have brownies to pass out to you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else want to make any comments? Please come forward.
I'm going to let a couple of the girls introduce themselves and say what Dance Mission means to them. Starting with Malia Guerra.
My name is... Wait, what did I say? My name is Malia. I like Dance Mission because you can just dance and have fun.
Thank you.
Thank you. Josie.
Hi, I love Dance Mission a lot, and it would be very sad if we had to move out of the mission, so hopefully we don't have to.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I just want to say, as a mother and as a former high school teacher of 25 years, that this program is crucial for our neighborhood, the Mission, and thank you, David Campos and John Avalos, who've been part of supporting us, and Jane Kim, that it has improved the neighborhood. It provides opportunities for people like my daughter, who walked directly from her school, from Buena Vista Horace Mann, to the program and participate in not only dance, but empowerment training, and are involved in many socially relevant issues. We apologize that you can't eat the brownies in the room. We actually brought cookies from La Mejor Bakery for the audience, which I'm told we can't pass out. Sorry, audience.
You can't pass them out if they're cannabis cookies.
No, sorry.
I didn't say anything.
But we do hope that you will help us in keeping the building there. It's a huge and vital part of the neighborhood community and the youth. It motivates them to do well in school. It gives them positive things to do. And yes, paying $44,000 more than we did 2 years ago is a huge hindrance to staying in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
So we welcome every help that you can. And I just have to bring my daughter here, who, because of Dance Mission, come on, Drina, she is now going to SODA next year, School of the Arts, and that's one of the things that Dance Mission does, as well as transform people's lives and allow them to become social activists and people, active in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who hasn't had an opportunity to speak from Dance Mission that'd like to make public comment at this time? Well, thank you very much for the brownies. They are very good, and I forgot you're not supposed to eat them in the chamber. But I don't see any of my colleagues stopping themselves. Next speaker, please.
Do we have permission now? Is that what you're saying?
Good afternoon. I'm amazed for being here today to notice all of the awards and everything that was handed out. I don't know if any of you members of the Board of Supervisors are aware of Flint, Michigan, where black people were being poisoned by lead in the water. Well, in case you don't know it, in Bayview Hunters Point, we've had several deaths, and we've been complaining for the last 10 years. On NBC, on the advice of some friends of mine, did an expose, and one of the white contractors said that they intentionally spreaded nuclear waste in the community where black people live out in Bayview Hunters Point. That accounts for why the large amount of miscarriages, colon cancer, prostate cancer, and all the things that's going on. But when it's happening to black people, America is totally dumb to it. They don't know anything about it. How can y'all have a television and look at it and don't know what is happening in Bayview Hunters Point in the Naval Shipyard, where the contractor said, and they admitted on television, that they spreaded this stuff in our community where black people live. This is the same thing that Hitler did. This is the same thing that was done in Flint, Michigan. Now it's here in San Francisco, and the Board of Supervisors gave the contract to that contractor. He received $310 million. This was all on television. This is public information. Well, we're here today to say to you, we want that job stopped until there's an investigation, change the contractor, do whatever you got to do. But there's an inordinate amount of black people in Bayview dying of cancer.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Thank you.
I understand that, but y'all didn't say that when y'all were giving them awards away. I'm trying to say what is happening to our people.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Next speaker, please.
I just wanted to say that I'm one of the mothers of the 4 boys that was killed. January 9th, 2015. This has torn my family completely down. My granddaughter grows up without a father. Because of this, I can't see my granddaughter. Because of this, it's broken up my family. It's broken up my home. My son, I have one other son that's underage. He's received threats from the same boys that have killed my son. And it's not unnoticed by the police department. People are seeing it, and they're telling me there's nothing they can do. And they're seeing the threats. They're seeing the boys. They know who killed my son. I know who killed my son. I know the award is out there. I think that it's not being pursued as heavily as it could be because people think my son didn't matter, but my son mattered to me. Yes. What I want San Francisco to know is that there are 4 killers still out there, 4 serial killers. What you need to know is that not only did my son's life matter, but the other 3 boys' lives mattered also. And what you need to know is that your city has 4 killers running around. It wasn't the first boys they killed. It will not be the second, third, or fourth boys they killed. They're going to continue to do this because San Francisco has told them that it's okay, that they can do this, and that they can get away with it. Yes. I ask that you guys pursue the money to get these boys off the street. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Vivian Ellis. I'm here with Sala, not just to speak of the crime, but I need to say this as necessary. San Francisco has lost its integrity. San Francisco has lost its integrity. You guys remember Twilight Zone and that movie Naked City? It was in black and white. That's what San Francisco reminds me of. I have worked 40 years with the youth, with seniors. They steal from me. They steal my business plans. Yes, I'm upset. I'm upset now. My son would have been 40 years old this year, and he wrote some poems that are anointed. So that's what's really keeping me going. And I wrote for the magazine Mandatory Business, and I'm still going. And I'm still teaching the youth and working with the seniors at George Davis Senior Citizen Place. But I'm tired of the thieves in Bayview, and I'm not speaking of any particular color. You know, it's just people. They steal, and then they expect us to be normal. And I need to say this. This is something that you guys don't know. There's a lot of youth out there that are angry from losing their parents and their loved ones. And so when it hits downtown, I mean, then what do you say? Do you have a statue and say, oh, this person wasn't a tourist, so we're not going to recognize them? I don't understand it. I really am confused, but I can say by the grace of God, I'm still here, you know, just working, but I'm tired of people stealing my paperwork from me when they tell me to apply for different grants. I'm tired of it. And I just want to know if anybody here can call me and give me a solution to help in my own community. I've been in Bayview Hunters Point for, it'll be 62 years in September, you know, and I'm only going to get younger and stronger because there's no solutions and there's a lot of work that has to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Over here, please. My name is Salah Hakuya Chandler. Over here, please. Let me see. This is my son, Yalani Chinyamarinde, in October with Willie Brown's daughter, shaking her hand in former Mayor Willie Brown's mentorship program. And as I had mentioned before, he was in the Star Rise program and chosen with the San Francisco Gates City College. He has written a letter, an essay that's traveling all over the world. A documentary is being done on him now from the Arts Institute called Yalani Chinyamarinde Mighty Born. Baltimore is flying in on April the 4th to interview me and a couple of the other mothers. This story will be traveling all over the nation from the various Chicago Times, New York Times, LA, all over the nation, because this is an issue that should have been addressed many, many years ago. But you're running off the slogan now, Black Lives Matters, and it's unfortunate that all of these children cases, the majority have been unsolved, and you're giving plaques to other nationalities and praising them, and the abandonment of these mothers. You don't know the grief and the pain. You know, I hear, and you give awards and you acknowledge so-called leaders, but I didn't see that one leader bring one mother, not one mother to stand. You know, you're playing games. We really need some leaders that care enough about these mothers to the point that you call and you check on them. I'm grieving, but I call and I check on all these mothers just a year hurting, because it's like you have died on the inside. We don't have any wraparound programs. We're suffering. We're hurting. Our car, she didn't have anyone to call. The juice in my phone was gone because of my grandbaby. And she had a choice to go to the hospital with the ambulance and have someone pick up the children.
Thank you, Sala.
Or come home. These are the effects that are happening. So, as Dr. Espinola Jackson has asked me to carry on the torch, thank you for the rewards, but I know that this is just the beginning.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, hello, I'm Ken Johnson. I'm in support of the ladies, the mothers who lost their children, and I think you guys really need to put that money to work, or put the award there, because my car was broken into right across the street from the police station on Fillmore Street. They got cameras up there, and they tell me the cameras don't work. Now, right across the street from that park is a police station, and they got cameras there that don't work. A few guys got killed, so it might be these killers might be in the police department. So you don't know. And I also want to support what Mr. Walker was saying about the Hunters Point. I saw that article. I mean the program on the news, and he's right. Now the city gave this contractor $300 million to clean up the shipyard, and here you have one of the workers saying that they dumped the stuff, they took clean dirt from one place and put it where the dirty dirt was. So, I mean, it seemed like you should have some kind of compliance officers or somebody that lives in Hunters Point who could be affected by that to be part of the cleanup. Because, I mean, and with the jobs, I mean, black people are really having a hard time here in San Francisco. So, I really want the board to really pay attention to even your own newscast. Look at it, and you'll find out a lot of stuff if you don't know it already. But we got to do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Supervisors, I think public comment should be held right at the beginning so that the people speak and leave, because y'all are boring. I'll repeat, y'all are boring. I heard one supervisor say, when Charlie Walker was saying whatever he was saying, that, I'll look into it. Let me tell you, Tetra Tech took over $310 million, but over $850 million has been spent on the shipyard. And we are talking about plutonium, cesium, and the supervisor doesn't get it. And she doesn't get it on the shipyard, and she doesn't get it on Pier 70, which is contaminated land. And it's pathetic to see ignorant people trying to represent where they don't know, they're not educated on issues. Now, having said that, I do what I can to help those mothers and to help others who are victims because of crime. In fact, at my big office at Executive Park, I turned over my whole office to the Street Violence Intervention Program so that this city could do something. This city talks a lot, much like some of the supervisors. And if you read my blogs, the supervisors who represent, they know who they represent, but the ones who are political hoes and pimps know who they are because I named them. And they are in this chamber, and they better represent because people are fed up. We came here on Friday, we visited 2 supervisors, none of them were there. Oh, have they to be there? For sure. You have to be there doing the people's work. If you cannot do the people's work, step down. And I'm giving you 12 seconds back out of the 2 minutes you gave me to speak.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Holy Sage of Mighty Talent for Kingsway works on opening great success of giant credible foundation for holiness without fearful of difficulties and power. Therefore, one can be mighty hero of nobleman, true self in state establishes one's destiny. The expression of origin of personal nature makes success of business virtues. With that, the making success of worldly people using mercy and grievance in actualization of heaven's destiny upon diversified pathway for works of worldly rescue manifest the holy great demand for peace awareness on the heavenly below to make up for the universal imperfection, so we can apply this King's way in worldly functions of career to make success of heavenly virtues to recover everyone's heavenly heart in rescue of the weak soul, uplifting them from the sinking whirl of despair. We have to rectify people by the teaching of holy principle of meditation and mercy with the team of worldly leaders, representatives, and positional petitioners to achieve holy management for all nations and peace of wellness extended for seas. Of understanding of holiness, of personal cultivation, of virtues in establishment, of worthy maintenance, intellectual awakening, and self-nature, of soul uniting as oneness in heart and body and nature, create everything so as with making success in methodology for all, action pathway for oneself, lead on to reflect within a good thinking of everything, improve of methodology, of origin of self-nature, and of origin of destiny, in good recovery, and force one's capacity for activities, usages, and creativity with righteous harmony of good spirit. Wisdom and self-nature in unity conduct oneself of origin of destiny onto daily things of productive works. The credible success of worldly leadership, thus having good virtue of landing on safe soil for all. The worldly people would lead on new life of daily sharp improvement without being too much in awareness, but having blissful kingdom of peace and wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Yip. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam President, before the next speaker, I will remind the audience that there is no applause in support, or if you're not interested in hearing further about an item, you may use your supportive fingers, please.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, President Breed and supervisors. You might get too hungry for Easter dinner at 8. You're anticipating that Easter's gonna be great. And you'd like that chocolate Easter basket. It's really with chocolate, it's cramped. That's why the Easter Bunny's a champ. And here comes City Peter Cottontail, hopping down the City Hall bunny trail. Hippity hoppin', Easter's on its way. Maybe if you're extra good, he'll bring lots of Easter eggs your way. Well, you know what? For some, since affordable housing left me, you found a new place to dwell. It's down at the city end of a lonely street in a city hotel. You wish you had affordable housing, and you can hardly wait. But if you don't have funding, it's gonna be too late. You'd like housing from you guys. And some Easter baskets may be larger, and some Easter baskets may be small. And remember, give lots of things in the basket and make it really tall. Go ask City Alice, and she'll know. And you'll have lots of Easter dinner, and it's great. And you can't wait. Go ask City Alice. She'll City. No.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, supervisors. With Easter soon approaching, I am here to deliver a message to you all in this room and in TV land from our Heavenly Father, who stated, "Open thy mouth, and I will speak for you." I am appealing to all members of the clergy to do the same this Easter Sunday. While giving your service, please be sure to speak on the rapid and senseless killing taking place in America by citizens and by peace officers. You can make an impact. These killings are desensitizing our society and destroying the lives of many families. Easter is a golden opportunity to bring the topic to the light of day, as it is a special day when the entire world shows up to worship. I am asking the San Francisco city government dedicate this Easter weekend as a day of remembrance for all of the young teens and peace officers who have lost their lives due to violence and handguns. I propose that the government sounds the city alarm and let the bells toll at 10 a.m. to mark this event. I am also asking that all caring and concerned citizens send prompts to clergies and their respective networks to speak about gun violence during their sermons. Let us fall down to our knees. Lift your face to the rising sun. O Lord, have mercy on me. Let us break bread together on our knees. It ain't no harm in getting together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Andrew King. I'm a native here, San Francisco. My reason for being here is, unfortunately, it's not a good reason. I worked for the city and county of San Francisco for 27 years. Unfortunately, I had to retire due to a serious health condition. I was very blessed to be able to purchase some properties here in the city. But I have a strong concern of the unsolved homicides. I am a firm believer that all lives do matter. And I believe we're created all by God. But black lives matters also. And something is not right for people, for young men to get killed and unsolved homicides. It's like you can come to the city of San Francisco or the city of Oakland, and if you want to get away with murder, you can do it. We don't know who is killing our children. Some say the police, some say it's black on black crime, but whoever it is, it's got to stop. I know Salah Haquiya, very good friend of hers. Been knowing her for some time, been knowing her son. And I just still cannot believe that he's gone. 4 young men killed in a car, and still there's no answer to who killed these men. I don't think no one has the right to take any life, no matter black, white, Asian, whatever race you may be. But something is wrong in this community. Something is wrong when you have unsolved homicides. And I just want to change all for the best of us.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello. Michael Fisher is my name. I want to reiterate on what Charlie Walker was talking about. Also, I would like to say that the killing is very bad here in San Francisco. Not needed at all. It has to stop. But along with people shooting each other, also we got people putting poison in the ground. We need you to really, really pay attention to what's going on. And now that you've been abreast of it, we were told that some of you people didn't even know about it. Well, you know about it now. So we would ask that you just really, really pay attention and kind of think about it on your way back home, or even when you leave here today, before you walk out the front door, think about it. The man that got on TV not too long ago and said he was paid to do it. That's bad. Killing is bad. So we ask you to just, think about it and kind of work with us. I'm a member of the Blue Ribbon Coalition, Blue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
I'm in the National Red, and I agree with what Charlie Walker was saying about the contamination over there in Hunters Point. And as well as that, I'm also a member of the Blue Ribbon Coalition, and I want you to know that it's not just the contamination that we have to worry about. We got young black men that are not getting jobs. I go to these sites and I see like hundreds of men working, and I see maybe 1 or 2 young black men and maybe a few older black men that are working that are on their way to retirement. And it's not equaling out balanced. The older ones that are being retired, the young men that are replacing them are not black. So it's like we're being extinct in this city. And there's something need to be done about that. And that's all I have to say really right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Gary Bauer with Bauer's Transportation. I want to thank the entire board and President Breed for the time that you're giving me here. I started my business as Single Limousine over 27 years ago in 1989. Over the years, I built a company with the strong support of my wonderful group of employees, whom I consider my family. I have spent the vast majority of the time with them in the city of San Francisco, and I have been a great tenant for San Francisco and the Port of San Francisco since 1996 for over 20 years. Supervisors may be aware of the many challenges that face businesses ownership in San Francisco, particularly those who employ hourly employees, workers, rather than high-tech employees. Payroll taxes and other costs make it challenging to remain in San Francisco. Most of my competitors are not in the city of San Francisco and have not invested in the city in the way I have and continue to do. Labor harmony. We provided a labor harmony certificate and complied with it in our obligation under the ordinance. In August and September of last year, the Teamsters asked us to have a meeting to discuss the possibilities of letting them have our chauffeurs vote for representation. We agreed to let the Teamsters come in and have the chauffeurs vote to go to the Teamsters or keep in the way that we've been doing for 27 years. After weeks of Teamsters meetings with the chauffeurs to make their case on their situation, on September 30th, the NLRB had a secret ballot, the election with our commuter chauffeurs. Only 25 out of the 79 to 80 chauffeurs voted to bring in the Teamsters. As they're very clear and still very clear on the chauffeurs voted and choose not to have the Teamsters represent them. Powers respects its employees' rights and decisions. We have had decisions and conversations with the Teamsters even prior to the election and will continue to have a conversation. We have and will continue to adhere to labor harmony ordinance. We cannot force chauffeurs how to vote.
Madam President, the speaker's time is concluded.
Thank you, Mr. Bauer. Thank you, and please feel free to submit your comments to the entire board. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Mark Gleason with the Teamsters Union. Following up on what you've just heard, first I want to really appreciate Supervisor Peskin coming out today and putting that resolution, and as well everybody on the board who has lent their ear to the situation that is really unprecedented for workers at this company, Bowers. For the last 18 months, our union and the workers at Bowers have been engaged in an organizing campaign that the likes of which none of us have seen, certainly in decades around here, and really something that is reflective of less enlightened parts of the world. It includes termination of drivers for union organizing, which started in October of 14 and continues today. The erection of a company union that took us months to fight, and indeed the election that Mr. Bowers just referred to, which was held in August, that to this date the National Labor Relations Board still refuses to certify because of the egregious conduct that took place all throughout that campaign. I would tell you that what we've witnessed is a business model that says anything goes and the rules don't apply to me. I hate to tell you that, unfortunately, this business model soon enough will spill out into the streets of San Francisco, into the bus stops and the other painted passenger zones that these shuttle buses are pulling into. We don't ask anything of this company that the other responsible operators have agreed to. But unfortunately, again, we're confronted with a business model that is toxic and oppressive to those drivers there. And frankly, it's a subsidy for substandard working conditions in our view. We again thank you all for your support, and we will continue to report on our progress at this company in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Supervisors. Doug Block, representing 12,000 Teamsters in the city and county of San Francisco, including maybe 15 or 20 who are still here in the audience. And I am so proud of this city today. You know, whether it was honoring Donna Levitt, whether it was Supervisor Campos talking about the organizing campaign of 900 immigrant workers organizing with the Teamsters in Tracy, California at Taylor Farms, whether it was the 100 people who were out there in front of Bowers buses this morning with Supervisor Peskin, or whether it was the labor harmony resolution introduced by Supervisor Wiener, which you all voted for unanimously. This is a town that cares about labor standards and workplace justice. And that's why I find it so ironic that of the hundreds of shuttle bus drivers that have organized with the Teamsters in the last year and joined the middle class through strong union contracts, The one company that's fighting the strongest is the homegrown company we just heard from. If anything, in my opinion, that should be the one out front, because it has enjoyed work here that is very San Francisco, from Salesforce to Outside Lands to Beta Breakers. Bowers is a part of these San Francisco institutions, and as such, we feel they should uphold labor standards as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Supervisors and
Did you just cut in line, Ace?
No, I did not.
I'm just messing
Ma'am.
with you.
I got my. That's why I carry my cameras, you know.
Madam Clerk, can you start his time over, please?
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving my. This is copyright here. I want to give honor to my sisters here. Hi, Jazz. I know she didn't want me to say that, but I'm talking about the feel no more. Yeah, you know I'm talking about the feel no more. Yeah. I'm talking about the feel. Ooh, oh Lord, I can't feel it no more. Yeah, I'm talking about the feel no more. I'm talking about the feel no more. Can you hear me, Queen Bee?
Yes.
I'm talking about the feel no more. Yeah. Listen, I got about a minute 12. I just wanted to say I came in last week to let everybody know that I retired from a community activist. Now I'm an entrepreneur and I'm a self-appointed Fillmore Corridor ambassador, and I'm going to try to bring some stability with the help and the endorsement of my queen, because I know it's election year, and I'm just going to need some boots out there, and that's what I'm getting ready to do, to try to put all the problems into some kind of capsule and try to have some kind of solution to all the pollution, because we're going to need some legislations to make it happen, Queen Bee. But I'm just tickled black that I'm in the Fillmore and have the opportunity to at least bring a Marvin Gaye review to the edition this year. It's not just but a couple of songs. I'm going to do the damn thing. But I need the support of the legislators, OEWD, mayor's office of neighborhoods, and all of these different agencies over one little property. One little property. And I've been trying my best to try to find out, how do I get in? I want to do a Marvin Gaye review. I'm going to have my fiscal agent, my insurance, and the theme. And yours truly going to do Trouble Man. I come up hard, baby, but now I'm cool. I didn't make the by the rules. So y'all just stay tuned.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, afternoon. My name is LaRonda Smith, and I'm a business owner in Daly City, California. Last Monday, I had to funeralize my oldest brother. His name is Donald Smith. I don't know if I could put his picture here.
SFG TV, please.
So this was my oldest brother, and he worked for the San Francisco Housing Authority for over 36 years as a housing inspector in Section 8 housing, primarily in the Bayview Hunters Point area, and he died of cancer. His cancer had metastasized all over his body, and I'm just asking that the people consider cleaning up the shipyard here in Hunters Point. Shut it down. Get rid of the people who live there now. Let them find another place to live until it's cleaned up. I also have the privilege of having another family here, the family of Chris Carpenter, who's going to use my venue to have their repast on this coming Friday. And they're coming up behind me. And I'm just asking you, he was one of the whistleblowers at the Hunters Point Shipyard, and I'm just asking you to pray for his family along with mine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
First, I would like to thank the Board of Supervisors for adjourning the meeting last week in my husband Christopher Carpenter's honor. In 2006, my husband worked for Lennar Corporation as a laborer in the Bayview Hunters Point Shipyard. Chris would often come home and complain about the unsafe working conditions at the shipyard. Chris strongly felt as though they were not putting his safety or any of the other workers' safety as a priority. Chris would express to me how he was trained with protective gear, complete suit, and respirator. He would vent how on a daily they were not given complete protective wear as they were trained. On one occasion, we went to Home Depot and Chris brought his own respirator. Chris would complain to a supervisor about his skin itching. We thought it was perhaps the water or detergents we were using. We went through great lengths to change his diet, purchase a water softener, and tried to change everything that we possibly could to help him. Chris continued to express his fears about working on the shipyard with hazardous conditions. We had just purchased a home and Chris's pride. One day Chris was working and a worker was digging. Chris noticed that the dust was blowing and the monitor on him and the poles were not sounding. He asked the worker who was using the backhoe to stop digging while he found his foreman to ask him to water the ground as trained to do so before he continued digging. The supervisor was upset that Chris, a regular worker, was questioning him about his working, digging, and asking him to follow protocol. Chris stopped working at Lenore, but the itching continued and became more severe. After several visits to different dermatologists and being told that the itching was in his mind and that all the tests, including biopsies, showed nothing, Chris was later diagnosed with peripheral T-cell lymphoma, already at stage 4, that started on the outside of his skin and worked its way in. My husband fought a long, hard battle for 2 years and 6 months after being diagnosed. On Sunday, March 6th at 12:50 at the City of Hope in Los Angeles, I watched my husband with my sister and 2 close friends, children, grandchildren, and his brother listening on the phone, blood pressure, oxygen level, and heart slowly come down and Friday, I'll be burying my husband.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Yes, my name is Pamela DiGiovanni, National Council of Jewish Women, also a friend and family member, as I've been lucky enough to be with Chris Carpenter and LaRonda Smith Shug. I live in Daly City. We had a fundraiser for Chris not too long ago. 38 members that came to that fundraiser came from Bayview. They all had different forms of cancer. So I witnessed this of all age groups. I was a part of this. I became a part of this. I called the ABC News and was able to get Chris's story on the news because it didn't seem like anybody was listening. And I know many of you out here, the supervisors, really care about this. You have the political power. There is an environmental committee that meets once a month. Cancer doesn't wait once a month. We have LaRonda Smith's aunt and uncle who have cancer. She just lost her brother, Pete Smith. How many more lives does it take? And I actually call on all of you because Supervisor Cohen, while she wants to do the right thing, she needs everyone in this room to support her and use their legislative power and elected official power to come forward at the state level, as I know is monitored by Mark Leno and others, but to really, we have to do something like they're doing in Flint, Michigan, because this is unacceptable. And as a survivor of cancer, and it doesn't matter who you are, where you come from, what your background is, but watching these people grieve like this, and it could have been avoided, we can avoid more and we can do the right thing. So I think we stop the development, we get the systemic part of it, and we clean it up, and maybe it won't work, but maybe it will. But these lives matter, all lives matter, and these, Chris Carpenter and LaRonda Smith and her family matter as well as all those in Bayview. So please join together and let's have the political power to step up and have the courage. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, my name is James Glover. This morning, the stuff that happened in Brussels, it's going to happen here in San Francisco because people keep overlooking the disenfranchised people. That's where radicals, that's where they find their people, among the disenfranchised. And for the last couple of years, I've been pushing this business proposition to hire 700 people. But I always get these looks, and, you know, it's like can he do it or can he? But nobody, I got somebody that's working with me. But the thing is, it's a systemic problem in this system because you're constantly overlooking people. Supervisor Campbell's with the navigation center. All right, it's cool to have a navigation center, but while you're navigating that center to get to a room, you still don't have a job, right? So that the navigation is just, you're just going through the motions. And I've sent a few of y'all emails to show you that I do have I can hire 700 people off the streets, and nobody said, well, I wonder if he can do that. I wonder if he really can do it. Nobody, not one of you, has just came and said, can you really do that? How can you do it, right? You don't ask, because I don't talk in the business lexicon, right? I don't have all the little catchwords that, the little tech words that people use to get people's attention and let them know that they got something. So I'm gonna leave my card, and thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yesterday, I was on Jesse Gistan's show on KFAX, and when I was listening to the podcast, I noticed that my call had been deleted from the show, which leads me to think that I should talk to you about it for some degree. I had mentioned a poor woman by the name of Kathy O'Brien, who wrote a book called Transformation of America and Access Denied for Reasons of National Security. And there's sex trafficking happening all over. On my T-shirt here with Alex Jones, who's interviewing Senator DeCamp on the Franklin cover-up, it's a terrible story. And I know, as a Christian, God, on the Day of Judgment, all the secrets are going to be opened. Really, all the secrets are going to be opened. But I'd like to talk today also about Luke chapter 13. You know, I was listening on February 12th to R.C. Sproul's sermon on renewing your mind on providence and evil, which was, talked about. Well, let me put it this way, okay? And this is not a personal threat, because I ask this to people individually and on the streets, so don't be afraid. And hopefully you know me. I wouldn't, do anything bad. But what would you say if I asked you, did you thank God that every time a cop drives by that he doesn't turn on the siren, pull you over, and shoot you deader than a hammer for your sins? Would you say you thanked God for that today? What would you say to this question? Every time you walk by a building in construction that doesn't fall on you and kill you for your sins, do you thank God for that? If you read Luke chapter 13, verses 1 through 9, these people came to Christ and told him about this tragedy. And Jesus, you know how he responded? He said, do you think they were more evil than anybody else because that happened to them? I say, nay, unless you repent, you'll all likewise perish. Really the perspective everybody ought to have is that, really, because this is what God says. Jesus says this. 2 minutes.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Tom Gilberti. Last week, starting point, handpicked mayor, and then I went into my perceptions, a cognitive political machine, gold stay in power, Maya Lee, glorified cheerleader for anything corporate, Ubra, NFL, NBA, corporate buses. And then it's associated with the pay-to-play better than the mafia. And the only contributions I'm aware of is the Willie Brown article in the Chronicle before the election about how at a hotel dinner he watched the developers go downstairs and supposedly contribute $1.2 million. But that must have been to a super PAC fund, not to Mayor Lee. And the other contribution I'm kind of aware of is the FBA taping Lee's acknowledging $20,000 from the FBI. after being professionally laundered. But anyway, Mayor Lee is very presidential. Reminds me of Reagan. Reagan fired flight controllers and the Muni drivers, after they got a 25 cents raise, had to pay $5 to park in a Muni yard for their shift. The White House solar panels came down under Reagan. Mayor Lee didn't sign the SF Clean Energy until 2 years later, when PG&E and the PUC were not very had good press. A trickle-down economy, and we have a trickle-down housing plan. Gusher up for wealthy mansions and trickle down for the poor. Probably a lottery. 7 years it took Reagan to admit something about A's and gays. Any mention of evictions? We need a new direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public that like to provide public comment at this time? Seeing none, public comment is closed. All right, Madam Clerk, can we go to the, without reference to committee items, please?
Items 25 through 30 are being considered for adoption without committee reference. Single roll call vote may enact these items. If a member objects, an item may be severed and have it considered separately.
Supervisor Cohen?
Thank you. I'd like to sever item 27.
Supervisor Tang?
Item 25.
All right, well, Supervisor Yee? Supervisor Marr?
Sever item 26, please.
26, and then what else?
29.
Okay, well, I guess we'll go one at a time. 25, please.
Item 25 is a resolution to urge Governor Jerry Brown to declare a state of emergency on homelessness to help coordinate region and statewide responses to this growing crisis and provide supplementary state assistance to cities and counties to provide needed supportive services.
Supervisor Cohen? Is this your item?
Supervisor Tang.
Oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor Tang.
So I would like to defer to the author first to speak.
Okay, Supervisor, you got all these names up here. Hold on. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you, President Breed. 2 weeks ago, I introduced a resolution calling on our governor to declare a state of emergency to help cities and counties throughout California address homelessness. This is a crisis that has been years in the making, a little over 30 years to be precise, with many contributing factors, including changes to programs that fund affordable housing, including seeing a 50% reduction in funding for HUD in the 80s and 90s, the closure of mental health facilities here in California, and the rising cost of living that has far outstripped wage growth in many of our cities. Today, California is home to 21% of the entire nation's homelessness population, which numbers at 600,000 roughly. And jurisdictions around the state have already mobilized to address this problem, including the city of Los Angeles and through Supervisor Campos here in San Francisco. In requesting assistance from the governor, I'm asking the state to recognize that this is not a problem just in our urban cities such as San Francisco and LA, but it is an issue that crosses city and county lines. In San Francisco alone, while the vast majority of individuals become homeless in the city, still close to 30% of our homeless population does become homeless outside of our city. Improved services and response statewide can alleviate suffering and reduce the burden of addressing this issue on our individual cities. In fact, we know counties here in California that do not have a 365-day shelter system. And so where are these individuals left to go but in the cities that provide these services and shelters? My resolution calls on the state to work with local governments on a coordinated response that includes both short-term and long-term concrete solutions, because we know this issue is not local alone. The solution must be regional and must be statewide. One, to look at an inventory of all surplus public property to see what can be repurposed into transitional or emergency housing to help homeless residents get off the street, similar to what Supervisor Campos has asked the city of San Francisco to do. Making these available for standing up shelters that are designed specifically for of need, including individuals that identify as LGBTQQ, seniors, those that are medically ill, and of course, transitional age youth. And finally, in the long term, investing in solutions that we all know can end homelessness. And that is an immediate investment in affordable housing so that municipalities can put shovels in the ground on affordable housing projects that have been in the pipeline. In fact, at our Bay Area Governments Association meeting last Thursday, we had discussed a regional housing trust fund to help the production of affordable housing in the Bay Area region. I think part of that is looking at the universe of all affordable housing projects that are in the pipeline and just need gap funding in order to put shovels in the ground. I have one such project in my district at Eddy and Taylor that has been entitled, has gone through the community process and environmental review, and literally is just, and has gotten some state and federal funding, and is just waiting for a gap funding of close to $17 or $18 million so it can finally build this project. We should be expediting projects that have already been through the process, not just here in San Francisco, but throughout the region so we can work to quickly house more people. We should not let any single district or city stand alone during what we know is a homeless emergency that is occurring throughout the state. The homeless count is not just rising here in San Francisco, it is rising in the city of Los Angeles, and frankly, it is rising throughout the country in cities like New York, Austin, Portland, Seattle, and Hawaii. We know that housing is the answer, and at minimum, we should be asking the state to respond as a whole. And I want to recognize my colleagues who are co-sponsors to this resolution currently, Supervisors Cohen, Campos, Peskin, Marr, and Avalos. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Supervisor Wiener?
Thank you, Madam President. I'm very supportive of the bulk of this resolution. I think that it's important for us to view homelessness and many parts of our housing crisis and mental illness and substance abuse as a statewide issue. It's not just limited to one city or to one region, and so calling on the state to do more is important. There is one whereas clause in this resolution, however, that I think goes beyond that. It's the whereas clause starting at page 1, line 22, going to page 2, line 2, which criticizes the city of San Francisco or criticizes recent efforts to, quote, remove the homeless through sweeps. And we know that in San Francisco, we recently had a real challenge along and around Division Street with tent encampments. The city ultimately addressed with a strong effort to transition people into shelter and into housing. And so I distributed an amendment that removes that whereas clause and replaces it with language stating the following: whereas the City of San Francisco correctly declared the tent encampment on Division Street a public health hazard and correctly removed the Division Street encampment since that encampment was unsafe, unhealthy, and unsanitary for the tent occupants as well as for surrounding neighborhoods. And whereas tents are not a viable housing policy, and it should be the policy of the City and County of San Francisco to transition people living in tents from those tents into shelter and housing. So that is my first amendment. And the second amendment is regarding the resolved clause, the first one talking about surplus public property, to which we, of course, unanimously placed surplus property ordinance on the ballot last year that the voters passed, which I supported. But we included an exemption for parks and neighborhood open space. And I would just ask that on page 3, line 3, after, quote, property statewide, we include, quote, except for parks and neighborhood open space. So those are my two amendments, separate amendments that I'd like to offer.
So, Supervisor Wiener, is that a motion?
That is two separate motions.
Two separate motions?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a second on those two motions? Second each motion, both motions by Supervisor Cohen. Supervisor Tang.
Thank you. I also did want to acknowledge Supervisor Kim in really trying to bring this attention to the state level. I think that they certainly have not been doing at the state level, not as much as what San Franciscans have been pushing for in terms of dealing with the homelessness issue. The only reason why I am not supporting this particular resolution, and my comments really are also aligned in terms of the local declaration that has been proposed as well, is that I don't feel that it is actually changing what we are able to do here at a local level. So again, it does not go to say that I don't think that homelessness is not an incredibly important issue that we need to work on and that we have been working on. But I believe that if we are going to make a declaration of emergency, that it really should be for the natural disaster emergency situations, reserving that right for that. But also trying to acknowledge that we have done so much in San Francisco. There's more that we can do. So that's really my comments around today's resolution.
Supervisor Kim.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I just want to express as the author of this resolution that I do not support the first motion to amend. I think that there is a disagreement amongst this board and our colleagues about city authorized sweeps. And while I certainly agree that tent encampment is not a viable housing policy, we also need to ensure that we have places to put these residents and, frankly, families. There are families in those tents under Division Street. And if we don't have shelter for these residents and families, to simply sweep them only moves these residents to your doorsteps. And that is exactly what happened when the city did the sweep on Division Street a couple of weeks ago. I got many emails soon after the sweeps because residents had been moved away from underneath Division Street straight into the doorsteps of many of our residents. And so moving the quote-unquote problem around does not get rid of homelessness. It merely shifts it to a different corner. And so while I would like to make sure that no one has to sleep in their tents under Division, I don't support declaring that that sweeps are appropriate policy here in San Francisco to address homelessness. We know that it doesn't work. So I ask colleagues that we not support the first motion as the author of the resolution. And if you cannot support the whereas clause as currently exists in the resolution, that you simply vote against the resolution. The Second Amendment, I do believe that open space and parks are not considered surplus property, but if to make it clearer is important, I can accept that motion to amend in the resolution.
Supervisor Cohen.
A couple thoughts here. First, I want to recognize the work that the San Francisco Interfaith Council has done here in San Francisco. They've been on the front line as service providers well before this board and stepped into action. The Interfaith Council was instrumental in helping get the first navigation center up off the ground and operational. So I just want to take a moment to recognize that leadership. The second thing is I want to push back on some of the comments that Supervisor Tang mentioned. She voicing the main reason why she would not be supporting this measure is because it's not changing anything on the local level. And I'm going to push back a little bit that sometimes change is not great and sweeping, and you may not see the manifestations of change immediately. And certain votes often will spark a conversation, change a different perception. And I think that when you have a different attitude or you're changing a thought or perception, that in itself is, in fact, change. And that's the kind of change in thinking and focus that we need to be seeing in order to see change manifest itself. There needs to be a change in conversation. So that is the reason why I am supporting this measure. I'm also interested in supporting the amendments that Supervisor Wiener is proposing because I do believe that people have a place to go and that we have opened up locations. During the first days of the sweep around Division, folks were just were dispersed, and there was a misconception that there were no place for them to go. But there is certainly Pier 80 that is opened and not quite at capacity, at least not to the best of my knowledge as of right now as I'm making these statements, not quite at capacity, and therefore there is room to get people off of the streets so that we can triage them, so that we can connect them to services, so that we can figure out a long-term plan. And with that, I also will say that there is also should be an effort to move the RVs that are also occupying the streets and moving several of those vehicles to also to Pier 80, which also has the capacity. And I don't know if anyone here, other than myself, has actually taken a moment to visit the site, but I would encourage you to take a look at the site and encourage you to also actively engage in the conversations that we are having citywide to create navigation centers in each one of our districts. Each one of our districts need to shoulder the responsibility of this housing crisis. Thank you.
Supervisor Yee.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say that I really appreciate any of my colleagues' effort to address this issue, one form or another, and certainly especially appreciate Supervisor Kim's effort with this resolution. However, there's a piece of this where it's a little bit troublesome for myself, and that is, it seems like this resolution, although it's a resolution, can translate to having the state have too much authority over local jurisdiction, and I really prefer us to make our own decisions locally about what we should be using our land for. So today I will not be able to support this particular resolution.
Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to Supervisor Wiener, this is a recital, and I don't want to try to mediate between you and Supervisor Kim, but as an individual who has been on Division Street in the last 4 days and been in the surrounding neighborhood in the last 4 days, I believe this recital is an accurate statement of fact. Since the tents were removed from Division Street, they have been dispersed in the surrounding neighborhood. You need only go 2 blocks in any direction to see tents on sidewalks where they were not previously before. So I think this is just a statement of fact. Perhaps the two of you could negotiate this here in public, which wouldn't hurt my feelings. The only thing in the second, in your recital, is a kind of statement of opinion, which is the word correctly, but it is a fact that the city of San Francisco declared the tent encampment on Division Street. This was done by the executive branch of government, a public health hazard, and removed those tents. That is a statement of fact. I think the previous recital is a statement of fact. As to the third one, that's an issue of policy, but I think that Supervisor Kim's first statement is a fact.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you, Madam President. I simply note on the removal of the language that Supervisor Kim has in her resolution. I think along the lines of what Supervisor Peskin was saying, I'm not sure what the problem is with the language that's here. If you actually look at, there's an article that SF Weekly did following the sweeps of folks from Division Street. And in that article, it's very clear that while indeed housing may have been provided for some of the people that were removed from Division, that a lot of people who were removed from Division were not actually given a place to go. And that in fact, they were simply pushed over to some of the smaller streets. So I just don't think that it is accurate to say what's here. So I will be voting against the First Amendment because of that. First Amendment to this legislation, not the First Amendment itself.
Thank you for that clarity, Supervisor Campos. Supervisor Wiener.
Yeah, I just first of all want to reiterate what Supervisor Cohen said, and actually when I was on a KQD forum speaking with Sam Dodge and Jennifer Friedenbach from the Coalition on Homelessness a few weeks ago, and Supervisor Cohen was actually kind enough to call in to recite some of the facts that sometimes get lost in the debate. It's not accurate to suggest that there was nowhere for people to go. I think our city departments, our Department of Public Health, our Office of Hope, our Human Services Agency, I think have done really, not to mention the Interfaith Council and all of these amazing CBOs that we have done heroic work in trying to transition people off the streets, out of the tents, into shelter. So I appreciate the comments, but I think that the amendment is appropriate, and I think we should vote on them.
Well then.
Okay, I don't see any other names on the roster, but I'm trying to take a moment to read the amendment. No other comments? Okay. Just a second. So your motion was to strike this particular line out of Supervisor Kim's resolution and to secondly add the two whereas clauses.
Correct. The piece of paper is the one motion, and then the other motion is the one that Supervisor Kim, I believe, accepted.
Okay, I just need to ask Supervisor Kim a question because it was my understanding, specifically in the resolution, that you have, whereas recent efforts to remove the homeless through sweeps without providing viable options for both emergency shelter and permanent shelter. So it was my understanding that an option for an emergency shelter was offered in this particular case, but can you clarify that with me because I'm really uncertain about that?
Yeah, so I think there's been a lot of discussion about whether Pier 80 was really a viable option for many of the individuals in the encampment. I think there was just multiple perspectives on it, even from the mayor's office. The mayor's office, Sam Dodge, who is now the interim director of Hope, himself came and stated at a hearing at Budget Committee that Pier 80 wasn't an effective shelter space because they didn't have bathrooms and showers at the time. There was no good public transit to that location, and frankly, it was just cold and austere and not a very welcoming environment and not a place that he really wanted to continue to use as a permanent shelter site without some significant, I think, improvements to that site. And that's why the mayor's office has been examining other options for Navigation Center. But it was an option that was out there. I'm not sure if we had enough spots available at Pier 80 for all of the tents that we saw at Division Street. I think everyone in this chamber agrees that we don't want to see any of our residents sleeping in tents under our freeway. But I think we can also agree that sweeping them really just moves them to different corners throughout the city and is counter and inconsistent to the federal encampment recommendations that have been developed by the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness. As to the amendments that Supervisor Wiener has put forward, this is my first time seeing them. If I had had an opportunity, perhaps yesterday or even this morning, perhaps we could have worked out a compromise on this language. I'm seeing it for the first time today at this hour, so I just cannot support this language at this time. And frankly, we vetted this resolution with many different stakeholders, and I would be afraid to make these changes without going back to the stakeholders again to talk about tent encampments, which is frankly a very controversial issue in our homeless advocate community.
And just to go back to my concern, the only thing I would say is, I guess viable could be left to interpretation. So viable option, that's kind of really hard to define specifically without understanding, or, I mean, my understanding, the shelter did have restrooms, which were porta potties, at the location, and I'm not 100% certain about the shower situation, but there were restrooms. And then I think the concern I have about the whereas clause for Supervisor Wiener's proposed amendments is the whereas tents are not a viable housing policy, and I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. So I just wanted to put that on the table. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak to some questions that you raised, President Breed. At the time of the sweep, it was approximately happening about 1 week after Pier 80 opened. And it was also during the same week, just a few days prior to that, I visited the Pier 80 site, myself and my staff, and they had completed the bathrooms as well as the showers, President Breed. So, and
that was before the sweep?
Yes.
Okay.
It was before the sweep. And I agree with you. I think it is by definition of what viable is. Viable is a relative term. But one thing that I think we are in agreement of is what is unviable and undesirable is allowing people to languish on the street in the cold in a tent. That is not a viable option. To get people out of the elements, and this is a multi-layered approach. I am a co-sponsor on this initiative, and I too have not had an opportunity to fully digest Supervisor Wiener's amendments up until just now reading them, just like Supervisor Kim. But these amendments are actually very simple. There's like 4 sentences. Two whereas clauses. One has 4 sentences, the other one has 3 or 4 lines, the other one has 3 lines, so it's not that complicated. And I think I feel like it's more of a declarative statement about the encampments that were on division that are no longer on division.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Wiener, no comments? Shoot, this is tough.
Not really. Not really, Supervisor.
All right, Supervisor Tang.
Can I just suggest that perhaps for Supervisor Wiener's, the first set of amendments he proposed, that we remove the word correctly, and then it is then even more factual, I guess.
Excuse me 1 second, Supervisor Wiener. Can you please explain, Supervisor Tang, so I can have a clear understanding of what you're referring to?
So on the amendment that Supervisor Wiener had passed out, the word correctly was used twice in there. And I'm just proposing that perhaps we strike the word correctly. Or
Okay. Supervisor Wiener?
No, the wording of this is very intentional. I think it's very clear. The current whereas clause, I understand that it's been described as factual. It's not factual. It's actually a criticism of what our city agencies did in terms of the transition away from the tent encampment on Division Street. It's very clear. And so this is a statement that the city was correct to do that allowing these tent encampments to proliferate is not okay. It's not humane. It's not progressive. And that the city was correct to do that. And so that was very intentional, and I think it's appropriate.
Supervisor Avalos?
Yeah, I kind of see that as not a factual statement, but if we were to say that whereas the city of San Francisco may have or may have not correctly declared the tent encampment on Division Street a public health hazard and may have or may have not correctly removed the Division Street, then I think it would be kind of factual.
Well, thank you for making this even more complicated than it already is, Supervisor Avalos. Supervisor Wiener.
I think. Listen, I think there are people who have different opinions. There are people who have definitely advocated that we should have let the tents just stay, and that the city was wrong to remove the tents. I don't agree with that. I think that what the city did was correct. It was the right way to proceed. in terms of not allowing what was growing into an unsafe and unhealthy situation, both for the tent occupants and for the surrounding neighborhoods, by not allowing that to continue, and to providing notice, declaring it a health hazard, and transitioning people, whether it's to Pure 80 or elsewhere, that was the correct thing to do. And so I think that this is an appropriate whereas clause, and I think we should go on record and say that, because it was the correct thing to do.
Supervisor Wiener, is it necessary to have the two? I know you said it's deliberate, but I find the two correctly's unnecessary, because the whereas makes the point clearly. So is it necessary? I'm just asking if it's something that could possibly be removed based on what Supervisor Tang suggested.
Well, I think people can think whatever they want. I put this in there because I personally, and I think a lot of people, believe that the city was correct not to allow the tent encampment to continue to be there and to proliferate and to grow, and that the city was correct to take action. And I think this board should go on record agreeing that the city was correct to take action and to transition people from the tents into
But
shelter.
the whereas basically makes that clear without necessarily adding correctly in it, from my perspective, I guess.
If you remove the word correctly, then it's not saying that the city was correct to do that. And I understand why the people who want to remove this, who may, some people may disagree with what the city did, and if you disagree with what the city did, then I totally understand why you would want to remove those words. But if one agrees that it was the correct thing to do to remove the tents from Division Street, then those words should be in there. We should say that the city was correct in doing this.
Madam President, I rise to call the roll. I make a motion to call the roll. We need 2 seconds for that.
Second. And 8 votes.
Second. 2 seconds.
Second by Supervisor Cohen.
Second.
Forget it. The roll on the amendment to strike the first line, which would be the first whereas clause, on the motion to strike that completely, call the roll.
And replace with the two whereas clauses.
I thought they were two separate amendments.
It's one motion. The paper is one motion. The separate motion is the surplus property section that Supervisor Kim, I believe, has agreed to. This is one amendment to strike and replace.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, call the roll on the first amendment.
Okay. On page 1, line 22, striking that paragraph and replacing with those 2 paragraphs on the piece of paper submitted by Supervisor Wiener and seconded by Supervisor Cohen. Supervisor Breed.
I'm still thinking about it. I will say I don't agree with the amendment, so I'm torn right now, Mr. I'm just going to say no.
I'm leaving.
Breed, no. Supervisor Campos.
No.
Campos, no. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor
Cohen, aye.
Excuse
Campos,
me. My apologies.
Campos, no.
Cohen,
Cohen, aye.
Aye. Thank you. Supervisor Kim. Kim, no. Supervisor Marr.
No.
Marr, no. Supervisor Peskin.
No.
Peskin, no. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
No.
Yee, no. Supervisor Avalos.
No.
Avalos, no. There are 3 ayes and 7 noes, with Supervisors Breed, Campos, Kim, Marr, Peskin, Yee, and Avalos in the dissent.
Okay, the amendment fails. Madam Clerk, what was the second?
The second motion made by Supervisor Wiener, seconded by Supervisor Cohen, is on page 3, line 3, I believe, Supervisor Wiener, after property statewide, add except for parks and open space.
Except for parks and, yes.
Okay. Okay?
Okay, I'm sorry. I need to pull up the resolution to understand that specifically.
Okay.
Madam President, I think we can take that without objection.
Okay. Colleagues, can we take that amendment without objection? Without objection, the amendment passes. And on item 25 as amended, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Madam President?
Oh, Supervisor Weiner.
It's a question to the City Attorney. So as I indicated before, I support all of this resolution except for that one whereas clause that was not amended per my motion. And so to the City Attorney, is it possible to divide the question so that we vote separately on that one whereas clause starting on page 1, line 22?
Deputy City Attorney John Givner, the board rules provide that you can divide the question if the two pieces could each stand alone. Here, the whereas clause could not stand on its own if the rest of the resolution failed, but the whereas clause passed. It would not be a resolution that could stand on its own, so the question cannot be divided in this case.
Okay, and this item needs 8 votes in order to pass.
So thank you. So just, Madam President, as I mentioned, I support this entire resolution except for that one whereas clause, but I cannot support that whereas clause, and so as a result, I'm going to be voting against the entire resolution. My rationale is obviously different than what Supervisor Tang articulated, but I will be voting no because I believe that how the city approached the tent encampment on Division Street was correct, and this is critical of that decision, and I can't support a resolution that levels that what I believe to be an incorrect criticism.
Okay,
25 needs 8 votes. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On item 25 as amended, Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. I apologize, it was not amended.
It was amended.
It was amended. Okay, my
Yes.
apologies, Madam President.
Sorry.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos? Aye. Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Kim? Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang?
No.
Tang, no. Supervisor Weiner?
No.
Weiner, no. Supervisor Yee?
No.
Yee, no. Supervisor Avalos?
Aye.
Avalos, aye. There are 7 ayes and 3 noes with Supervisors Tang, Weiner, and Yee in the dissent.
Okay, so this item needs 8 votes to pass, so
I'll need to rescind the vote.
Unfortunately, it fails. Supervisor Kim?
Madam Clerk, is it possible you had said
There is an opportunity to rescind the vote.
and send it to committee?
No, and continue. 1 week.
No.
You could make a motion. Once the vote is rescinded, a number of things could happen to the item.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to rescind the vote.
Okay, Supervisor Kim has made what she famously does, a motion to rescind the vote, and it was seconded by Supervisor Cohen. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, the vote has been rescinded. Supervisor Kim?
I am going to make a motion to send this to committee.
Okay, it goes to committee. Let's move to item 26.
Madam President, at this point, we would need a second and majority.
Seconded by Supervisor Campos. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, this item will go to committee. Item 26, please.
Item 26 is a resolution to urge the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control to deny alcohol license applications of non-traditional alcoholic retail businesses in the city.
Supervisor Marr.
Thanks. I move to continue to April 5th.
Supervisor Marr has made a motion to continue this item to April 5th, seconded by Supervisor Avalos. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, this item is continued to the meeting of April 5th, 2016. Next item, please.
Item 27 is a resolution to support California State Senate Bill 1286, authored by Senator Mark Leno, improving government transparency and accountability by allowing the public to access information on police misconduct and use of force.
Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you very much. I'd like to continue this item to the April 12th board meeting.
Supervisor Cohen has made a motion to continue to April 12, 2016, seconded by Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you.
Colleagues, can we take this without objection? Without objection, this item will be continued to the April 12th meeting of 2016. Did anyone ask for any of these other items to be taken off? Which one, Supervisor?
29.
29.
All right. Madam Clerk, can you please call item number 28?
28, resolution to declare March 19th, 2016 as Arbor Day 2016 in the City and County of San Francisco.
Roll call vote.
On item 28, Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Cohen. Cohen, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener. Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. There are 10 ayes.
Okay, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Item 29.
Item 29 is a resolution to urge the Our Children, Our Families Council to convene and coordinate a chronic absenteeism work group and to develop an action plan within 6 months of their first meeting.
Supervisor Yee.
Thank you, President Bree. I just wanted to say that we just had a hearing on this issue of chronic absenteeism recently, and it's something that has been a problem for the San Francisco Unified School District for many years now. When I first pointed out this as a problem in 2010, in which we started, the school board or the school district started focusing on this particular issue. There were some improvements that were made, but then it's gotten a little flat. And during the hearing, it was pretty obvious that it's still a problem. Why is it a problem? I want to make sure people understand what I'm talking about when we talk about chronic absenteeism. It's when students miss at least 10%. Sometimes they miss as much as 50% of the school year, but at least 10% of their school year, whether it's excused or not excused. So sometimes people get this confused with truancy. And in fact, there's some relationship to truancy eventually. But when we look at the very young, we have, and people don't really know this, the very young are having the problems. At the time in 2010, I was focused on the kindergarten because that's the only data that we had. We had schools, and it's pretty obvious, the schools that had the highest percentage of chronic absenteeism were the schools that were failing at the time. And it still remains the same. The schools with the highest chronic absenteeism today are the ones that score the lowest. This is direct correlation. It's a problem. We're seeing that by the time they reach third grade and there's still the same kids that are missing schools, they are not reading at grade level. And when they're not reading at grade level, there's already research showing that those are the kids that will be dropping out. We got to do something about it today, and what I've asked for is for us to really focus on it, considering that now the school district has developed a very good data system to collect data, and it's a real-time data that will tell you which students are actually missing school. We need a partnership between the school district, the city, and community groups to work together. This is an issue. People always talk about the other end of the spectrum when people are failing. Well, this is where they start failing. So I just want to make sure that we focus. And I'm asking for a work group. The school district was at the hearing. First Five was at the hearing. The Department of Children, Youth, and Family was there. The staff from our Children, Our Family Council was there. So people were there, and they knew. And what I said was, we're going to create this work group, and pretty much everybody seemed to be in agreement. So I hope you support me, because I really feel like if we're going to do something about the achievement, opportunity, and a gap, this is where it starts. And I'm just asking for a work group to work together so that they can actually figure out a good plan and some strategies that really work and to implement these things. And I'm giving them 6 months. So, colleague, please, I hope you can support this.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee, and thank you for your leadership on this issue. Colleagues, can we take item 29, same house, same call? Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Please read item number 30.
Item 30 is a motion to approve Final Map 8326, a 6-unit residential condominium project located at 1267 Chestnut Street.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the motion is approved unanimously. All right. Seeing no imperative items from Supervisor Marr, Madam Clerk, can you please read the in memoriam?
Today's meeting will be adjourned in memory of the following beloved individuals. At the suggestion of President Breed and Supervisor Cohen, and on behalf of the entire Board of Supervisors, for Mr. Percy Pinckney and Miss Claudette Brown. At the suggestion of Supervisor Campos, on behalf of the entire Board of Supervisors, for the multiple victims of the terrorist attack in Brussels, and at the suggestion of Supervisor Cohen, on behalf of the entire Board of Supervisors, for former Commissioner Mr. H. Welton Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That brings us to the end of our day. Is there anything else before us?
That concludes our business for today.
Thank you, colleagues. We are adjourned.